Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
We're happy to have you with us this evening and want you to enjoy every minute of your stay here. And while you relax and stretch, visit our concession where you'll find something to please you. There are ice-cold drinks, delicious sandwiches, ice cream, coffee and snacks, and many other pleasing treats. Our foods are fresh and tasty, our drinks satisfying and refreshing. They're so good.
You get more out of life when you go out to a movie.
Welcome to the party, pal. I should say welcome to the movies. We're going to be watching Endgame today. That's just been released on Blu-ray by Severin Films. I've never seen it, so this will be a first-time watch for me. Won't you come along and watch it along with me? Oh my God. This morning I woke up and I hit my goal. 1,500 subscribers before my 1 year of daily videos goal was up. Quite amazing to think that many people cared enough to join the Chaos crew. It is an honor. It is a pleasure. It really is unbelievably touching that so many people cared, and I hope they'll continue to care. The party does continue, even though I stopped going daily. July 5th, I'm not leaving YouTube whatsoever. Things will get a little busier for me, and I'll talk about that when I can. But it's going to be exciting. I'm going to bring you guys along with me for that as well. Quite exciting future ahead for your old pal Master Chaos. Let me check in with the chat here, and then we'll talk about our snacks. We got Timothy here. Pizza Dabs, Ben & Jerry's, and Reese's. I'm all good. Pizza Dabs. What the heck is that? Well, whatever it is, good. Razor, congrats. Thank you, sir. Much thanks to you as a patron. I posted something on Patreon just for you guys. Another goal hit. Yeah, we did it. Hey, Eternal Melancholy, welcome. Michael, welcome. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Congrats, you deserve it. You're loved. Thank you. You guys are all loved back. I'm honored to have you guys as my virtual friends. Maybe one day we can all hang out and experience this in a theater together. How cool would that be? Pizza and dabs? Like sand dabs? Like the fish? Well, I don't know. Maybe there's a thing I'm not aware of. Before we get into the movie, let's talk about snackage. I don't have dabs, but I've got a little Cuban treat here. This is called picadillo. It's basically chopped ground beef with some rice. My protein intake has to go all the way up, so I have to shovel it in as fast as I can. Of course, I've got my bowl of popcorn. I hope you have your popcorn with you. Popcorn is a staple. What else? That's it for food. Well, and then I got desserts. I got a little mochi ball from Little Tokyo. Nice little soft mochi ball. I think that's green tea. Got my box of movie theater candy, Raisinets. You got to have your Raisinets. And then to drink, I'm going to make a special drink with this. I found this in Little Tokyo. I never even heard this existed. Monster energy drink, Cuba Libre. Now, a Cuba Libre, for those of you who are unaware, has alcohol in it. I don't think this does not have alcohol in it. I think it's just supposed to mimic the taste of rum. So you know what? I'm celebrating 1,500 subscribers. Let's add real rum. So I'm going to make a drink called the Endgame, because we're technically at the end game here. Almost, we have a week left to daily videos. Then a Topo Chico to round it off in case I get thirsty after I finish my weird thing here. Let's add the rum. Here's the mug I'll be using. This is from Savannah, Georgia. I visited a place called the Pirate House. Look at this cool cup. Doesn't that look like a Marauders kind of end of the world kind of thing? It's a pirate thing, but whatever. Hopefully it'll go along with the movie. It's from the Pirate House. It's a haunted location. That's good. In Savannah, Georgia. This is apple, by the way. Sliced apple, Captain Morgan. Smells delish. That's going to go well. Close that off so it doesn't spill anywhere. I'm going to put this. Pirate House. Haunted. Nothing happened to me when I was there. We had dinner there. Nice place. I recommend it. It's supposed to be very haunted. And I, of course, took the ghost tour in Savannah, Georgia. I really enjoyed that. I'll put this in here. Well, let me try it without. Hold on. Doesn't really taste like anything. Certainly doesn't taste like Cuba Libres. But this will, I think. I guess it's kind of a cola flavor. Watered down cola flavor. Let me take a sip here of this weird concoction. It's very hard to drink out of a skull. Oh, that's good. That'll do me. That'll get me through this movie, which I've never seen. Let me check in with the chat one more time. I think he means smoke dabs. Still don't know what that means. You're doing this the right way, not just having movies sent to you to sell to people. You have hangs around movies, building actual community. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I do that. I do have movies sent to me. I do have screeners sent to me. I actually have a Mill Creek video in the works. But I'm honest about my feeling. Not that everyone else isn't. I don't want to share anybody else's reviews. But I'll you know, if I don't think you should get it, I'll be honest about it. Ramen Fueled, welcome. Thank you. Yeah, cool. I found this at Target. What is that? It looks like there's like a wet spot there. What is that? I wonder what that is. It's weird. It looks like I'm lactating. I'm not lactating. Eternal has a pepperoni pizza in the oven. Fantastic. MC, next time you come to Vermont, I'll show you what I mean by dabs. Awesome. Okay, it's a plan. It's a plan. Timothy says, I used to buy Monster by the case. Not anymore. Yeah, I've cut back as well. Razor Ramen, my favorite Joe D'Amato film? I honestly don't have one. I honestly don't have one. Maybe it'll be Endgame. I don't know. Well, I guess we'll find out. Actually, I cut it a week ago, but thank you. Another ramen in the chat. Yeah, it's I'm attracting all the ramen fans here. We should have ramen one day. You know, next time we do like an Asian movie, I'll have to have like a rice ramen or something like that. But I can make that happen. Okay. Boom. You guys are here to see a movie. Let's watch that movie. Got my snacks. We're gonna take a break about every 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes just to chat, figure things out. Oh, you know what? Let me load something here before we get into it so that I have it ready and it doesn't interrupt the flow of the movie. I will be having Mark Savage on, director Mark Savage, the brains behind the hopefully soon to be a classic or more well-known film, I should say, The Masturbating Gunman. He's going to be on. And that's going to be towards the end after we finish. Great Halloween party. I'm going to put that here. I love these commercials. Remember we did these last time? This was so much fun. I think we're like right there. I'll put it right there. Spuds! We're going to have some Halloween commercials during our intermissions. And Mark Savage will join us in about 2 hours, 5 p.m. my time, 8 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to chat Masturbating Gunman. Not connected to Endgame, but just a celebration of 7 films in general. JK, welcome. Happy to have you here. This will sound weird and creepy, but I always wanted an ancient skull. It'll look cool. No, I get it, but it'll probably come with a ghost. So, fair warning there. Okay, on with the movie. I'm just going to set a timer here for a little break, and we kind of take a break and watch some old commercials and share our thoughts on the movie. Remember, this is like Mystery Science Theater, so chime in with your thoughts. We're going to get the party started. All right, how many standard drinks do you plan on having tonight? Standard drinks? Oh, I don't know if you missed it, but I mixed I mixed a special cocktail. Cuba Libre Monster Energy drink from Japan, and a little apple rum in there. So I've got that going. All right, on with the movie. Ready? Endgame begins now. Hope it's good, but who knows? Awesome interview the other day. Thank you. And I saw you were getting a little impatient there, Ragnar. But but I did mention I'll be asking questions towards the end, and I did. I asked all your questions. Razor, my PS was finally supposed to arrive. Good. Congratulations, man. Good luck with that. I hope you like all the things you got. This has Al Fiver, who's also the star of what's the other one? Warriors of the year 2072. But he's on this as well. Mute myself for a second.
Town North, 38.4. Cloverdale, 38.2. Dent, 39.3. WNCZ has just given you the local radiation count for today, May 10th, 2025.
Again, this is the best version I can find on YouTube. It's on YouTube, so it'll be okay. If you like it, support the Blu-ray.
Nicky would have to get in and send me to. Tell me.
Is that Laura Benson? They do, that's why you can't fall for it.
Don't seem to be any mutants here.
Pretty damn good. Who wants to take bets that she gets naked in this?
They're just pariahs.
Nothing to fear from them, except possible contamination. It's the mutants we have to eliminate, or they'll take over.
Endgame is here again. That great international sport, a grand tradition since it was started back in 2012, can be followed on your video contactors in any corner of this planet. The zone chosen for the event lies between 22nd and 33rd Street in the port area. The game is slated to start in about 20 minutes and will end at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. The three hunters will therefore have 12 hours to track down their prey. In this case, Ron Shannon. Now, this is the 7th time that Endgame champion Shannon has volunteered to be the prey, after competing successfully 22 times as the hunter. Although Shannon is reputed to be unbeatable, the odds are slightly against him, maybe because luck eventually runs out for everyone, even for one of the game's all-time greats. Each player is allowed to carry one firearm and 2 other weapons of his own choice. Anyone found with additional weapons is automatically disqualified. As you know, the prey has the option of surrendering if he's still undiscovered after the first 6 hours. But if he chooses to do so, he is penalized by the loss of points in the championship standings and is not eligible for start money. Ron Shannon has never surrendered. So tonight's event promises to be an epic encounter, and one that will keep us all glued to our screens well into the AM of tomorrow. And now, an important question. Do you know the favorite food of Endgame champions? It's Life Plus. High protein energy tablet that tones up your body fibers and maintains your sexual prowess. Be a man among men. Buy Life Plus.
Yeah, just like Warriors. Year 2072. It was exactly the same damn movie. Yep. They've got 2 Running Man ripoffs this sale. The only one that's an outlier is has nothing to do with it. This thing.
Just 5 minutes before the Endgame Championship for 2025 begins. And here's Shannon now, walking tall, full of the confidence that 7 times the winner can give a man. He looks a little grim, but who wouldn't with his life in the balance? He is a man ready to kill or be killed. A responsibility the average soldier carried on his shoulders in the days when differences were settled by wars. Shannon's ready. The rules allow him a half-hour lead on his pursuers. And with hunters like we have tonight, he's going to need every minute. They're a formidable band indeed.
Who's that? You know him? These trailers are so goofy. They're obviously not, they're not futuristic at all. Oh, that's Eastman. All right. That's a different name for this. I guess that gets an Italian name for it.
Here come the hunters. Woody Aldrich, 8 times a hunter and twice as the prey. Strong as an ox, agile as a cat. I pity his opponent. Gate Man, martial arts champion and instructor, making his 3rd appearance in the major leagues at international level. Last and by no means least, Kurt Karnak, Shannon's most dangerous adversary. They grew up together in the rubble of this city, and their rivalry goes deep. Karnak is a veteran of 15 Endgame events, all of them as a hunter. Only once in the past has he come up against Shannon, and on that occasion, the contest was declared a draw after playtime ran out. Now over to the studio for local news. We'll be back on your screen in a few minutes with all the shock moments live in Endgame 25.
No, our hero, well, I don't know if he's the hero, but he's the only one without stupid makeup on. Everybody looks like Kiss ripoffs. Oh my god, he looks ridiculous. My favorite George Eastman
I'm gonna kill you.
Performance last fight. That's a fun movie. He did indeed. He also did the costume for Beyond Darkness, the secret title that's already been leaked.
Okay, everybody, stand by. Here we are once again with Endgame about to start. Shannon is off, his mind and body in tip-top form thanks to Life Plus. The hunters will set off after him in 30 minutes. If Shannon wins, he'll collect the stakes put up by the 3 hunters. If he loses, the stake will go to the hunter that kills him.
Oh, yeah.
At this moment, the favorite on the national tote board is Kurt Karnak. Dozens of video cameras have been set up to cover every corner of the area chosen for this event. Also, we have remote control TV cameras to cover the unexpected, whenever and wherever it may happen.
Mm-hmm.
We guarantee you won't miss one moment of the action.
Oh, this is Hunger Games,
You gentlemen are agreed, we can start the meeting in a few minutes.
I consider it a complete waste of life.
Maybe that's a scientific viewpoint, but politically, I don't think so.
Welcome.
It's a good way to get rid of them.
It's
Sooner or
Beyond
later,
Darkness.
they
Beyond
could be a
Darkness.
problem for us.
We've gone beyond political morality. What counts now is secrecy.
If a word of this leaks out, we're finished.
Right now, there are 5 million people watching TV. Even another nuclear attack would not distract them. No one will notice a thing. The press will be kept out. The government will have nothing to fear. I give you my word. Now, gentlemen, we'll watch the game.
Yeah.
There go the hunters. Endgame has begun. Now over to our remote control cameras for second-by-second coverage. But first, an important message. This event is brought to you by Life Plus, the high-protein energy tablet to be found at your local drugstore.
It's like a Pulp Fiction movie.
Bye.
A lot of commercials. Like, look about. Yeah, if they make money, absolutely. I agree with you. I agree with you. Technically no, but I have good drinks. I have an allergy to gluten, and I'm looking at dinner house. Not really keto, but in a way, yes. I think free. Yeah, I think there'll be too many people walking out of the bus. Are you serious? Holy shit! Running Man ripped this off? Wow! Thanks for dropping the trivia, man. That's crazy. No! Well, I mean, it was based on a scene. No!
Oh, Master, leave it to us. You must have any amount of pretty morsels like this little thing here. Leave it to us. It's our turn now, sir. Be generous.
Get going.
Are you Shannon?
Why should you care?
They sent me to look for you. They want to speak to you.
I got a contract already.
It isn't a game. It's a serious job, and the pay is good.
How much?
I'll tell you later, if you're still alive.
Thanks for the confidence. See you around.
You are, yeah, you are. What are these guys? I just play Okay. All right. I'm sure Blu-ray will clear this up. Maybe not. The 10th Victim. Is that a movie? I'm not familiar with that one. So there's two things going on. There's the Endgame. Then there's the SS troopers hunting down homeless people. Hey, Professor, welcome. Yeah, it probably should look really good. It probably should look really amazing. It says, 10th Victim is an Italian movie. Okay. Is it similar to this then? Just put those up. end of the world games kind of thing. The American Idol of the future, as England sees it.
Quick, hide! The contestants are coming this way.
The original story called The Seventh Victim? That's weird. You called the movie The 10th? Alright. Hunting people. Happy that. Thank you. I wonder if anybody in these movies saw these costumes and they were like, why do I have so many feathers? I shouldn't wear so many feathers. I don't look good. In fact, I look a little stupid. I think that's what they probably said. The director's like, no, this is the new fashion, it's the future.
Over here! Zoom in tight on Karnak. What a stalker. I want to see Shannon. Wow.
Oh, I love Ursula and Marcello. Big fan of both.
I have a month's salary riding on him. He better win.
Future environment. Okay, cool.
Here we go.
It's a good thing there's a lot of dead spots we can talk over. It looks like a bad guy like from Flash Gordon. Over here. Hey, Cookie. Cookie. By the way, during the break, I'm talking about the big 12-hour movie marathon that may potentially be happening this Saturday to celebrate the 1500. You're new here. Do hit the subscription, hit the bell. I love it very much, and I want to hang out with you. He doesn't have any weapons, right? Like a stick. Oh, he has a mace. And he had a gun. Yes. Very good. God bless him. I know. Alright, there we go. Good fight. Good fight. Okay, moderate fight. Moderate fight. Oh yeah, I did fight. You didn't say next to Hey, Quint. He absolutely did. I think he even wears that feather cape in the new one. Oh! That's the fact. That's the way, what was his name? Shannon does it.
First kill.
Shannon. The baddest ass name. Should be Drake Steele, not Shannon. The girl release you I heard nothing about it. I knew you. Oh, it is. It's out. It came out yesterday. It's insane. I was gonna do a video on it, but I don't know that it really fits the mold of the channel. But it's very, very good. Essentially, the government admits that they cannot explain and they cannot rule out alien origin. It is nuts. It's only the beginning, though. It's only the beginning. But it's a big step. The government is essentially admitting UFOs are real. That's huge. Huge, huge, huge. You never would have seen that. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, with the baseball bats. That's exactly what it's called. For the last one, yeah. There's no more of my. Those guys, that asses don't bleed. Remember white pants to go murder party? He does have big one. And a four. There we go. That was like David Jones cookie. Yeah, you mean like the leather? Yeah. Wow, wow. I think I suck. Maybe Jones with the monkey's kicking his ass. That has silk on his face before. I don't know. Think I take a shit out of him? Oh, what are you doing? Weird move? The same moves, just reversed. Oh! Oh, this is fun. These dogs, bro. He's already killed 2 of the guys? This endgame's gonna be big. Oh, that guy ran away like a moron.
You've got yourself in a trap. There's no other way out.
Hurry, look at my breast. You must take a shower, quick. Overgame.
But you must do as I want.
Okay, I'll do what do you want? You want a boob massage? What do you need? I'm here to help you. Happy end game. Oh, there you go. That's the porn version. His makeup is dumb. Like, I don't even understand it. It's supposed to look like gory or something? I don't get it. She looks like a wench, right? Like one of those like puff hats that they would wear. Those kind of, like medieval time. Maybe that's the look. I don't know. How crazy would it be to hire Laura Gemser to be your costume designer after she's known for being in like all these like titty movies? It's kind of awesome. It's like hiring Jenna Jameson. Well, not exactly, but like hiring
Moving towards you now.
Jenna
He has
Jameson
death in his mind.
with a game.
Even though you're his friend.
That's the way the game's played. Are you a mutant?
Yes. Brain mutation developed my telepathic power. Some of us can use telepath to contact others.
Why contact me?
Yeah, he's ready.
I have to leave the city with a group of companions by tomorrow, and we need a guide. We pay very well.
He's casual about it. I mean, yeah, you're right, but he's just casual. He's just cool about it. It's the future. There's no hope. There's only hobos.
Because you know what lies beyond the city limits. And you could protect us.
Right, yeah. I know she didn't work on this, but it's very interesting side job. Telepathic for plot exposition, yes. Especially if your actors...
The penalty for harboring a mutant is 2 to 4 years hard labor and confiscation of private property.
If I don't help you, you're going to lose the game. You're cornered like a rat.
What can you do?
Be your eyes. When I say now, he'll be 10 feet below you at 12 o'clock. And you better aim straight. If you miss, we'll have no guide.
Hope you can see straight. I'm ready.
"15 yards. Coming up at 6 o'clock.
I can hear him.
Hey, Bumpy, welcome. It absolutely would have been. Unless there's nudity in it, which we're yet to find out. She does her one expression very well, indeed.
He's at 7. Moving on to 8.
No.
They want to be radar.
You like that jacket? That's kind of badass. What is that makeup? Maybe
Get ready. He's moving to 12 o'clock below you.
Acting!
Tell me exactly when to strike.
Now.
Gotcha, right? How are these guys? Well, it takes. Oh man, our heroes fucked. This guy survived. Great. Whoa! George Eastman is dead already? Cliffhanger, literally. Wow. The same warehouse set is growing old. Yeah, the whole movie I think is going to be shot in this thing, man. Okay, well, let's take a little break here. We're about 25 minutes into the movie. He's killed everybody, right? I think he killed the black guy. He killed Davy Jones. He killed George Eastman. And there might be one more guy. Wow, George Eastman is dead already? There's a lot of movie left. And I'm guessing it's going to involve Laura Gemser and the hobos. Interesting. We still haven't seen him with that spear weapon that's on the cover. That kind of Aquaman deal. Interesting. Let's do this. Before we continue with the movie, let's check in with the website. Endgame is here, still available. Let me refresh, because I know a lot of people were wondering about I'll see the bundle's back in stock here. Bundle is back in stock at $105. So somehow they were able to acquire more books, and you can buy it for $104 if you want to grab all that good stuff. Well, I'm gonna wait for a sale. I think if I like the movie, I'm gonna wait for a sale. But $28 Endgame by itself. What are the features again? I see this thing. I want him to get that. Like, he's never gonna look like that. I'll guarantee you, he'll never look like that. This is closer to what it's gonna be. This is closer to what we're gonna see. I don't know who the hell that Aquaman dude is. Special features: an interview with an actor, Luigi Montefiore, who I believe is George Eastman. You get a trailer and then the bonus CD soundtrack. So you wouldn't go for this. Oh, Bobby Rhodes, that's who that is. That's who that is. I knew that guy. Bobby Rhodes, man. He's the pimp. The ultimate character. He's the freaking pimp from Demons. Of course. Can't believe he's gone so freaking fast, man. Like a punch dagger. Yeah, it's like a punch dagger. It's pretty cool. I have one of those things. Actually, I should have brought it with me. Well, if it shows up in the movie during a break, I'll go get it or something. But and Timothy says, I haven't seen a single source of running water. Are we getting a shower scene or not? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, unfortunately. She may just have to Shit, I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be any nudity in this. We'll see. So we have no idea. Let's see. The artist made that sim without watching the movie. I guess so. I mean, I don't know where that's coming from, man. So far, well, I don't want to go get into any spoiler territory here because we're going to watch it. But, I mean, this is sweet. But I see bright blue skies. We're never going to see bright blue skies. And we're never going to see this Aquaman type dude with a football helmet. Wow. Interesting. You know, they made the second one and they were like, that's too close to the action movie. Make it look cooler. Like, yeah, make it look like it's a bigger budget. Like it just doesn't take place in grandma's basement. We'll see. We'll see. Dream sequence or flashback? You think so? I don't know. We'll see. We'll find out. Redrew the badass one to pair up with the trailer to sell this thing. Yeah, they definitely want to sell it. Who loves you and who do you love? Oh wait, wrong movie. Good reference. Good reference. Huge spikes with blood. We need that. Are we gonna get it? I don't know. I seriously do not know if that's gonna be possible or not. But it is available. $28. Endgame. It's available. If you still want to get it, real quick, let me rush on over. I think this sold out, but I'm just gonna check in case. Yeah, out of stock. Lindsay Baker says out of stock. My interview, if you guys missed my interview with David Gregory, was very illuminating. I found out a lot of stuff. He actually did hint at a lot of good stuff coming down the line. He said this is going to be coming back in stock. So stay tuned, hang out. They may just hold back some stuff and then release it at full price, to be honest. But I don't think it's completely gone from what he's made it sound like. It was not completely gone. Then later, after the movie, we're going to be talking to the director of The Masturbating Gunman. I don't know if anybody bought this. $20, region free. It's a blue. You get an audio commentary with Mark Savage, who will be on with us, writer director. Then an archival making of and an alternate opening sequence. So not specials packed, but you know, $20 is it is the cheapest of the offerings for the sale, for better or worse. Quinn says Eastman did a Michael Madsen cameo. Yeah, Michael Madsen, a Bruce Willis type cameo. That glove is so cool. That would have sold me back in the day in the rental stores looking at the covers. Exactly. That's what they do. That's what they do. GK fan. 9 individual the book are currently left. 50 with the bundle with the book. Okay, good to know. Good to know. All right. Let's continue with the movie here. And we will see what we can see. It seems like it's over. The end game part seems to be over. I'm sure it'll surprise us. Let's see what we got. You see that? Tracking lines? This is from a VHS. I love it. All right. Here we go.
Getting close there for the kill shot.
Oh, he's alive.
Zoom in a little bit. If we miss this final play, we're in trouble.
It's really tough. Part 2, mid-game.
After beating the third hunter and winning today's event, Endgame champion Shannon has spared a man's life. Garnak now owes him one, which means that when they meet for the rematch, Shannon will be the outright favorite. Now, the points from this championship have put him so far ahead in the standings, he's almost certain to be the season's champion. And here is Ron Shannon. Once again, his reputation is more than justified.
Me too.
After the strain and tension of this sensational victory, Endgame champion Shannon can't wait to drink a glass of Life Plus. High protein, easy to assimilate energy drink. Here, drink it up, friend. You deserve it.
Help! Shannon, come quickly!
You drink it.
What's the matter with you? Hey, stop! Stop! Cut! Son of a bitch.
Let it go. Who are you to challenge us?
You can't give us orders.
I'm Shannon, bitch.
Just let it go.
Oh, yep. The chop always knocks people out instantly. Everybody knows that.
You really enjoy killing, don't you?
Dead men don't talk, and I don't want the entire federal government on my neck. Let's go.
Idiot! No one must escape. I warn you, Morgan. If any word of this comes out...
This is my responsibility, General. Leave it to me. We'll find him soon.
Moby!
What about the child? You must find him, or we will fail.
Child? I'm missing something. There's a child involved? Cut. Laura, you're worrying too much. What is it? What is it with this? This is the future. You're supposed to be walking around topless. You don't have any money. You're a hobo. How do you have so many clothes? I mean, she might not be a hobo. I don't know enough about this world.
Well.
Stop. Oh.
Take a look over here.
Tommy! Oh, you're all right.
I don't think it's going to be Robo War.
Why all this killing?
Why do you think? You think they kept us in a research institute in the interests of our society, like they say in the media? They kill us like dogs as soon as they find us.
Why?
Because they are afraid.
You're afraid too, aren't you? You don't like the idea that somebody can read down into the depth of your soul.
Let's get out of here. I know where there's a safer place.
Come on, Tommy.
This view never fails to fascinate.
Oh, come on.
It's one of those sights that has given man delusions of grandeur.
Completely not the
The
future.
world in agony. How much longer do you think it's going to last?
Now it's a modern day
I
movie.
don't have to tell you what I'm thinking.
Oh, no, you're wrong. I don't possess the gift. Unfortunately, I'm not a mutant. I'm only a neurosurgeon who wants to help them, instead of being afraid and wanting to kill them. With help and guidance, perhaps one day we can create a new race. A society where they will all have the faculty to read each other's minds.
Do me a favor, everybody
Society
watching.
without deception.
Drop a thumbs up on this. And
Comprehension.
spread the word. Put it on the forums and stuff.
Such a race
Facebook. Would
might
appreciate
even
that.
conquer the world. And then the universe.
I'm still waiting, you know, to hear what you want from me.
Will you lead them out of the city to a place 200 miles from here?
You only have one chance in a million of getting out of here. They'd cut you to small pieces before you got 50 miles.
Talk money to him, Professor. He'll be easier to convince that way, I promise you.
Talk money to him.
You will be paid a considerable sum in gold.
Is it 2025? Oh, yeah.
How do you know there's going to be someone there?
If we arrive there on time, there will be. But we have to be there 2 days from now, on December 25th. If we fail to keep the appointment, we will lose our lives, and you will lose your gold.
Thank you, Tim. Good people. Okay. I'm still alive.
Too bad you didn't shoot Shannon.
Who are you?
Colonel Morgan, Security Services. We have the TV clips of the meeting with Shannon. She was in the building throughout the combat. with Shannon, and then she disappeared.
I was not hunting for a woman in there. Why don't you ask Shannon?
Shannon disappeared, too. A strange coincidence.
That's none of my business.
Maybe she's a mutant. And mutants have psychic abilities. They can influence you. They can put you in a trance. So you have to do their bidding. You were the favorite to win. I'm surprised that you lost. And I'm surprised that Shannon spared you. He's never done that before.
He likes you. He loves you. Indeed. Damn them. Oh, that guy just was staring at himself in the mirror.
Shannon.
Oh my God. Oh, look at those eyebrows.
Don't tell me you came here just to see my grin. I need some men. What for? A group of people want to get out of the city. They won't live long outside. They think they will. Mm-hmm. How much? 2 pounds of gold a head when the mission's completed. You get nothing in advance. It's a contract of trust.
Wow.
It's a high risk. You won't find what you're looking for here. They're all amateurs. They wouldn't survive a day. Who's the karate ace?
The guy behind you.
He told me his name is Ninja.
Ninja.
He doesn't socialize much. He just pays to train by himself. He never wants to fight, but his body's a deadly weapon.
Make him fight.
He won't.
If he's attacked, maybe then he'll defend himself.
But his name is Ninja. Right.
You.
His name was Buddha. Man. Yeah! Ninja! Ninja!
It's no use. He's dead.
Oh! That's cool. Right, Ninja. That's his one. Look, he's got like an R2-D2 on the front there.
Stop there, you son of a bitch!
Which one of you is Kovacs?
What do you care? I make the rules on this square of turf.
I'm Kovacs. What do you want?
I'm the one you talk to. Get it?
Bull says you're as strong as an ox. So what are you doing taking your orders from that idiot?
Who you calling an idiot? I'll crush your head with my bare hands.
The next step you take will be your last.
You...
Ninja! Ninja also uses shotguns.
I warned you. I got a job for you. The risk's high, but so is the reward. I'd like an answer now.
God. They went to Party City. So this movie completely changed, right? This is no longer a Running Man ripoff. Now it's
That's him. How are his reflexes?
get out of town and escape kind of movie.
Pajama!
Pajama? Pajamas.
Where's my drink?
Night Wolf, welcome. Oh, it's a guy. That was B. Arthur.
You're too famous to disappear in a city that grows smaller every day. You know who I am?
I think so.
B. Arthur.
Then you know I don't like to waste my time. Tell me where the girl is and you go free. Otherwise...
You know, you might wake up one morning with grass growing up on top of your head.
You be careful what you say, Shannon.
Always Nazis, man. Keep it going Nazis. Yes, we should have done these.
Now we're quits.
Quits?
I'll be seeing you.
Hey, man, welcome. This movie's getting interesting. It's very unorthodox.
No one must know you're telepathic.
Script
Warn the
like.
others, too.
The only way through here is if you take your boobs out. Quick. It's the future, goddammit.
Everything okay?
Yeah, okay.
We went to a Ren festival and got a team together.
Ephraim, Esther,
How many more are you expecting?
here are the others.
Kovacs, lead the way.
Come on, follow me.
I mean, this thing could be over right now. You know, very interesting movie, very different. I like how the poster tricks you to think you're gonna see like a gladiator movie, like you know, out for your right day, maybe like a death race kind of movie, but no, it's just shot in Joe D'Amato's basement.
Behind me.
Okay. How many buildings do you think they had? Like, I'd say they're probably some kind of weird abandoned area in Italy.
In the truck.
I mean, are these movies rewatchable? I can't imagine wanting to see this again. It's fine. I don't hate it. But it's not like, oh, I need to revisit the adventures of Endgame. Because I love watching people walk around.
All right? Yeah, all set. Gas and food are loaded on the truck, and I passed out the ammunition. Only I wasn't so lucky with transportation. The vehicles are genuine antiques, but their engines are in good shape. This is Stark.
Stark's done you for sure.
All right. You'll all ride in the van.
Yeah.
Don't stick your heads out unless I tell you.
Probably.
They've been waiting around for an hour already.
We can't tell. Put like some fog and shoot a different corner in the room. Well done! All right. Okay. They've been snapped out of this reality. They're all gone.
Go get the professor.
Stay awake. Well, it looks like we're outside, so maybe. I mean, we might get that. We still got some movie left. Indeed. You can smell him?
Mutants.
Jeez.
Regressive mutations. The first specimens I've ever seen.
Oh, I see.
Why are you so surprised by him?
Men and animals have the same biological origins. Fallout has had a catastrophic effect on the DNA factor. Creatures are being born today with genetic manifestations
Oh, I see. Like a
that
monkey
reflect
face.
back to our primordial past.
I didn't notice
As
that.
far as when water was our
Fish
natural
man.
habitat. Look. Gills. Fins. Scales.
That's flexible.
It's involution. In other words, man is retracing his footsteps.
Let's move on out of here. Come with me, Professor.
It's releasing at, well, for me, midnight.
This wreck out of the way, will you?
It's Beyond Darkness, though. It's been leaked. Beyond Darkness, which is put out by Screen Factory. So technically, it's already out. Apparently, it's the same scan, too, so you're really just buying a, I guess you're getting a soundtrack, and you're getting the slip cover that'll say you need to buy. Okay. And you're not. And one of them became a monkey, and the other became a fish. It happens.
Hey, Professor, you know how to use a gun?
Yes, but the others don't. When you shoot a man, you remain detached and distant. You see his body fall, and that's that. But a telepath feels a mind drowning in terror and misery. It's as though he were dying himself. No, they would never kill. Not even in self-defense. That is why they are better raised than we are.
Their days are numbered.
It's in about 5 hours. About 5 hours from now. You got it. I'm pretty sure nobody's really gonna get it. I mean, people might just get it to get the slip, but I mean, so what are we
You guys
doing?
go around it? Nah, we'd be losing too much time. Ninja, you stay here.
Ninja, what are you doing? Ninja, are you stupid? What are you doing? What are you doing, Ninja? You said stay here. Why are you going with them? What's happening? Did I miss that? He said stay here. You're just kind of an idiot, to be honest. Let's be honest then. Parker. Oh, cheers to you. Cheers to you. First girlfriend. What movie? This? Or Beyond Darkness? Exactly. Stay, Ninja, still stay. Ninja, I was obvious. I said stay. Now you're with me. Now we're fighting the Grim Reaper. Okay. Dom DeLuise. And Fred Ward. Beyond Darkness? That's gonna be a weird gift for his girlfriend. She's gonna be like, yeah, I think we'll see other people. I mean, I'm really sure unless she's really into limited titles. That's possible. My experience, there's not many women that do this, to be honest. I don't have a giant, I actually have none.
Who are you? We are servants of the Lord. We belong to a world apart, a community that respects the will of God. But do not fear us, strangers. Our eyes are closed forever to the horrors of the world.
Whoa, wait. The genius plan. If you want to break up the girl, buy her Beyond Darkness. Yeah, she's into Hodorowski and things like that, so I told her that
That's interesting.
not her perfect.
We don't often have visitors from the town. We heard the sound of your trucks. You must be traders, and there is much we need out here.
There's so many,
Life is
so much going
hard,
on.
and we have to survive as best we can.
Oh, you guys are gonna get gang raped.
I might be interested in buying new habits. Our clothing all comes from the city. Or did you bring edible produce?
Are they all blind?
What sort of goods have you brought with you?
Just shoot them.
Why don't you tell me?
They're probably easy to get, Ninja. Take your sword out, take your heads off.
Sure. Depends on what you got to offer.
Wait, what? That's the worst one. Just some machine guns. Yeah. Go one down.
How did they manage to see us shoot?
I don't know.
Well, they're not the greatest shots I've ever seen.
Lilith, how can they see us?
Through your eyes. They have a telepathic prisoner. They're forcing him to transmit images to their brains.
Is there any way you can block his transmission?
I can kick his ass.
I can't. The impulses are too strong for me.
Where is he?
In the sun.
In the last building on the street. The tallest.
This guy, that actor, was like, this is my favorite scene in the movie. I just have to hug you, right? And I think the director said I had to squeeze your butt.
Cover me.
Oh, what the hell was that? That was good.
Attacking truck, get after him, quick!
This is a good thing. Oh! That's my gun. It's obviously not real because they're not dying. I mean, they're not even like reacting to the film. They're not directly at them. Amazing. Oh, the telepath. That's the telepath. Oh, you can rescue him. You could have been friends. Why'd you do that?
Stop! Stop!
What the hell, man?
What's happened? I'm blind.
I'm blind, they say. You've always been blind.
I'm blind.
I'm blind. Blind!
Yes, you've always been blind.
It's all gone dark. It's all gone dark.
Wow.
Don't block the road! They can't see anymore. They're blind again. Let's get out of here.
Well, that was pointless. Why did they stop there? Let's take a little break. Why did they stop there? Do we know? I don't even remember. They just stopped there, had a fight with some blind dudes in a hood. Man, what a headache! Yeah, his head certainly got pancaked. Wasn't it? I thought they were stopping for food or gas. They didn't get that. I went to the corner of the van at the end. It was good. Is it? You know, it's probably just me. Like probably back in the day when this first came out, this was probably exciting and unique. I don't know. This is kind of lame in terms of like the fights and the action. I'm like, I'm not really impressed by this. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Let's watch. Apparently, their sense was tied it to the telepath. Yeah, no, I got that, but I felt like maybe they should have rescued the guy and be like, "Hey, come and join our team. We could use more telepaths." Not kill this innocent dude who was a hostage to these fucking blind dudes. I don't know, just me. I think that would have been an interesting. Just randomly kill this guy, who was obviously a prisoner and not like a mastermind criminal or whatever. Anyway, yeah, it's a little underwhelming, but I had a feeling it would be. I'm not a fan of these type of movies. Normally anyway. Very, very low budget. But actually, you know, even back in the day, this isn't very, very, very low budget. This, you know, they did spend quite a bit of money. I mean, this does take time and money, especially shooting on film. Not low budget compared to today's standards, for sure. That is 100% the case. I'm not either, but I enjoy reading what everyone is asking and your response. Yeah, it's a very strange film. The axe slipped. Yeah, he was going to cut the chains, but just hit the guy in the head. That would be, oh man, that would have been funny though, because like, oh shit, I didn't mean to kill him. Very dull for what it could have been, even with a low budget. Yeah. I'm with you, MC. I would have turned this off if I wasn't watching it with you guys. Yeah, there's just not, I mean, the plot's all over the place. It was called Endgame. It's no longer about an endgame. Nope, forget it. It's like if Running Man was only 20 minutes and then the rest of the movie was him rescuing hobos and fighting blind people in hoods. Very strange. Very strange. We keep losing people, by the way, viewers. So I'm guessing the movie is just not having that lasting effect that, say, attracts. Is certainly Tracks, I think, had the biggest audience of the movies we watched. Oh, and Midnight Hour too. But those are solid ass movies. Let's watch some trailers for about 2 minutes, and then we'll get back to the movie. Take a little break if you guys want to go grab a drink or whatever. Just leave your YouTube on. Do not disappear. I'll be right here.
Be you! Look for this display and enter Bud Light Psycho Sweepstakes to win a Bud Light party with Spuds McKenzie at the Psycho Mansion. You could even get a mug like Spuds at participating retailers. Wow!
That Spuds is so cool, it's scary.
And now we present Scary Tales.
I rolled off the north side. Good news, my lord. Soon the city will be mine. Excellent, my lord. The wench has blocked me. We've lost. We, my lord?
Cathedral, the medieval strategy game. When the city is finished, you could be too.
Hi there, guys and girls. It's me, Elvira, the Queen of Halloween, and tonight I'm having my Halloween party right here at 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific.
After Elvira shows you the weirdest, scariest videos ever made, the terror continues with Alice Cooper live in Detroit at midnight Eastern. Elvira at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central, 5 Pacific Time, followed by Alice Cooper in concert at midnight Eastern, 11 Central, 9 Pacific. A Halloween you'll remember, a Halloween you won't be able to forget on MTV.
Last one there's a Halloweenie.
Konami's Castlevania The Adventure for Nintendo's Game Boy. The maze of vampire crypts and unearthly evils. It is about to sink its fangs into you.
Genesis brings you the 16-bit arcade challenge with Ghostbusters. 16-bit thrills in Ghouls and Ghosts. And 16-bit arcade action with Forgotten Worlds. Gruesome ghosts, ferocious foes, battles of power, of magic and might. Ghouls and Ghosts, Ghostbusters, and Forgotten Worlds are for the Genesis system. Sega Genesis brings the arcade experience home. Game sold separately.
Ghostbusters game is cool.
So, you want to know the story of Splatterhouse, the new horror video game for TurboGrafx 16? They say he stalks the old haunted mansion. They say he's looking for his girlfriend. They say his only weapon against the maggot-eating ghouls who took her is a 2x4. And you say you want to play this game? Splatterhouse.
That's awesome.
Only for the TurboGrafx 16 system from NEC.
I love that. I love that.
I'm Count Scary, and I bought 3D glasses for 39 cents from a participating Wendy's old-fashioned hamburgers restaurant. Hand me my glasses. Not these glasses, Igor. Hand me the scary ones. And oh, they go so good with my tan.
Count Scary's 3D party, Tuesday, July 6th at 8 p.m. only on Channel 4.
No one believed Charlie's neighbor was a vampire.
Charlie! He bit me!
Until it was too late. Now, Charlie has to find a way to stop him.
Peter Vincent, ready to do battle with the undead.
Beware of the evil that awaits you on Fright Night. Friday night at 8 on Q13.
Hi there, I'm Dumpy the Pumpkin. Carvel's Halloween ice cream cake. I weigh 44 ounces and serve 10 to 12 people.
Having a Halloween party? I'm Witchy the Witch, and I weigh 45 ounces. We're both made fresh daily at your participating Carvel ice cream store.
Want to send one to a friend? Please phone 800-327-GIFT and call the Cake Honors most major credit cards. Thank you.
Why do they say the ounces? I guess that's a big thing. People want to know. Friday Night is a great movie. It's one of the greatest. And let's go back to a movie that's not one of the greatest, but is now on Blu-ray. The next installment of Endgame. They're taking a break, apparently. They're taking a break. Boy, that sure was a weird part of the movie, guys. Yeah. Why did we stop there? I don't remember. What are we doing? I don't remember. We're going somewhere? You know what? The remake was impressive. I actually kind of liked it. I thought Colin Farrell was really good. It was unique. It was different enough. I didn't hate it. I didn't hate it.
Yeah, we'll take this road here. It veers off to the west. It bypasses the main built-up areas that are between us and the rendezvous.
As long as we get to Harrisboro on time.
Don't see why not.
They won't wait for us if we're not there.
Don't worry, Professor. Nothing will stop us from getting our money.
Assign someone to guard duty.
Are you crapping or
Tell
are they
the others to get some sleep. Okay?
Video store. No, it's going to be completely confusing because the way the story has developed now is not where it was at the beginning. The end game is ended, and now they're just walking through the woods. They're going to go somewhere. It's very unclear. They're trying to deliver some boy and some hobo people to some other place. So it's a fetch quest. Oh, hey, there's a pool. Maybe she'll take a swim. Yeah. Different monuments or wastelands of the future, yeah.
How did you do that? It's a pretty good trick.
It's confusing because we're in full mode. But even when there's stuff happening, it doesn't make any sense.
I don't know how he does it.
I'm here for the company.
But he does.
You're very welcome, sir.
He's the only one of us who can do things like that. What you just saw is nothing. His mind is amazingly powerful, but he's still much too young to control it. I've been teaching him slowly.
He could give us away without even knowing it.
No. No way. I keep his mind in a state of constant hypnosis, as if he were dozing. No outside emotion can reach him. Don't be afraid.
I'm not afraid. But I'm beginning to understand why they want to kill all of you.
We've always been...
Three sheep. Hell yeah. Good callback.
This lake was alive once. People used to come here on holidays. There was windsurfing, sailboats, swimming, and kids everywhere laughing and playing. Green fields coming down...
Here, everybody new is dropping thumbs on this. It really helps out. When you do subscribe.
The professor has shown us
Where are you going?
As a kid, he used to spend his summers up here. Even though all the books and video information on ecology have been destroyed, they haven't yet found a way to destroy old people's memories. Scientists have access to that youth-prolonging drug the presidents used to take. That's why he looks so young. Through his mind, the professor has shown us what life was like then.
Well, how was it?
I've told you. There were fish in the lake. There was hope. Now there's only putrid, stagnant...
Popcorn.
Go and rest now.
Guys, there's no nudity in this movie. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. It's not the first movie I would say, oh, this needs a Blu-ray. Check this out on Blu-ray right now. That's the problem with boutique labels. I feel the movies they pick are so strange. Whoa! Who's that? the future don't use doors. Severance. It's for Severance new titles. You can pick it up right now for $28. I think it needs new everything.
Who could have
Whoa, boobies!
She's still alive. We must
There you
release
go.
her.
First, let's check this place out.
Boobies. It sends boobies.
Shannon, be careful! It's a trap!
It's a booby trap! Oh, booby trap! Oh no!
Save them, Shannon. Save them.
Oh man, poor guy. This sucks. Oh, there's boobies. Hurry. The boobies were trapped the whole time. I knew it.
Come on, let's go.
One moment. Tell me how you knew about this trap here. I want to know. Answer my question. I'll tell you how she knew. It's because she's a mutant. And every one of those people in the van is a mutant. You know what that means? You can read every thought in my head, can't you? You're spying into my mind right now.
No.
I would never do that.
But you could if you wanted to. Go on, tell me what I'm thinking. What's in my brain? Go on, tell me. I know you know.
I can't.
Hold it. If you don't stop threatening the girl, I'm gonna blow out your tiny little brain.
I won't risk my life for no mutant. That ain't my contract.
He's right. When you asked us to join you, you never told us they were mutants.
I told you about the gold instead. And it was enough for you, like it's enough for me. We're getting paid for taking these people to the rendezvous. If you kill them, you won't get anything. And I ain't doing this for the glory.
Well, I'm beginning to doubt there ever was any gold in it for us.
Mm-hmm.
Why trust a mutant? Who says it exists?
I do. But you'll never get to see it if you waste your time chattering.
Hello.
Believe me, you'll have plenty to keep you busy in a minute.
Whoa, rat! Look at rat! Yeah, bitch has not much good stuff to say. Those boots? What the hell is that? Uh-oh. Are we on mute? No, it's this one. It's this one. You're right. It's weird, right? This is the one. That's the same fish guy. That's the same one. You look good. Oh my god, yeah. You. Indeed.
Get going.
Wait, man. You're around it. Why did you take it? Oh, wait. Are they not friends? What if they're mutants? We're trying to help them. Whoa! That's our movies. You're a mutant, tell them what it is. Love your mutants too. Love your friends. Woo! Don't get the guy with the eye patch. The fucking gun turret. You only see out of one eye. Ninja, use your ninja powers. Okay, hip on. Oh, are you serious right now? Are you serious right now? Ninja got taken out like a puss. Wow. Wow. Major bumper, man. Didn't even eat that guy. No, that's very stupid, Mike. He's dead. He's dead forever. Now it's RoboCop. Raise your head! What? Hey, what's right on fire? Oh, you just don't shit. I'm thinking somebody else. That's true. That's very true. Just all back.
Hey, look over there! Look!
Yeah. Oh, he's back! He's back! Ninja's gonna go on the plane of the glory. Yeah, Ninja, go, go! Oh, okay. Pour one out for Ninja into my mouth. Good job, Ninja. Heck yeah, man. Electric cars of the future. Sexy Sumo, what's up, man? Thanks for joining. Super Kamikaze. Yeah, we thought Ninja was dead, but he came back. His whole team is dead. What the fuck is left then? Oh, George Eastman and then the one-eyed guy. And then presumably all the mutants are there. He may be tough, but hopefully I don't think he's fireproof. He wasn't knife-proof.
Go take a look. I'll keep an eye out.
So now I'm a good guy. I realized it came out of nowhere, but screw with it. Is that a guy or a girl in the front? I've been good, Sumo. I've been good, man. Our convention video goes up on Tuesday. Had to do all the Severin physical media stuff.
With us. I don't know
Look
where
out
she
soon.
is, but she's alive.
What took you so long?
Wasn't easy.
Where are the others?
Ninja and Kajama are dead.
Kajama!
Take them, and I'll meet you there.
I'm gonna try to find Lilith.
Who gives a hoot in hell about the girl? There's another 5 in there.
Now, wait.
Well, that's right. They took off.
Shannon, I'll come with you. You have no idea where they've taken her. I think you need somebody to take care of you.
Hold on tight to me. Never let go.
Now, your
Romance.
freaks be good. Sit in your think tank and think happy thoughts.
Can you turn the air on back? Okay, no worries. Another factory. Yet another factory. The whole fucking future is factories.
Like a prison. Easy to get in, tough to get out.
Better wait until dark.
Okay. Walking around. Abandoned Amazon warehouses. I can't imagine any of them are abandoned, but maybe in the future they are.
Where are you?
Lilith, I'm quite near.
Quite
We'll get you
near.
out of there tonight.
But you're not alone. The hunter's with you.
Yes, I don't know why he wanted to come with me. Maybe what's in his mind for me, Lilith.
He's not your friend, Shannon. He wants to kill you.
Oh.
Not before he's got his hands on the gold.
Thanks, Lilith. Forewarned is forearmed.
But the other guys have guns. No, you'll be fine. Just carry a sword. Silverface.
Look at me while I rape you, damn it.
Oh, wow. Ernest Borgnine. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Put some money down on this. There it is. There she is. There she is.
Pink and blue flashes. Are you all right? Lilith, answer me.
Yes, Shannon. I'm fine.
Ew! Oh. He's drooling, man. Oh. How much did they pay him for that shit? And Jax is dead. Oh my god. I mean, but if it didn't happen, we'd be very disappointed, so. I'm taking off all the cool stickers from the cars. From their motorcycles. Oh my god. Yondu, there you go. Red Coppins. I'm almost done with my snacks, man. How are you guys doing with your snacks? Mark Savage, the director of Masturbating Gunman, will be on in about 20 minutes. If for some reason we have to stop the movie, we'll finish it afterwards. Her name is Laura Gemser, Sumo, and she's essentially known for being naked in every movie she's in. Johnny Moxley close her on Pornhub. Oh, that's funny. Where do all drivers and motorcycles go? You know, that's in the director's cut. That's the 2-hour cut. Well, you know, when you figure all that out. I guess they're here in this factory. Spicy, yeah, she's a spicy lady indeed. Does the guy have a beanie? Oh, come on. Beanies are not the future. Oh, he dressed her up again. That's nice. That's interesting. That's good to know. You know, you always need a good rest after you sexually assaulted somebody. You just need a good nap. And what are you doing? Why are you just looking off? Are you watching this?
Do we wait? We don't have time. You take care of him while I go get the girl.
I have no idea what's happening. Where is everybody? Everyone's looking in different directions. Are they in the same room with her? Is she seeing them? Now he's in the Lost Boys pit? Wow! Gross. But correct. Would there still be alcohol in bottles back then? I don't think there would be. Give me the bottle. Just relax. Don't fight. Wait. Poor Johnson. Oh, armpit stab. The most deadliest stab. Well, these guys are super easy to kill. They're like bags of blood.
What about Kovacs? He's still alive.
Kovacs? Who's that? Oh, shit.
We could do for him. If we try to free him, we won't get away ourselves. Let's go.
He wants to die. He wants you to kill him.
I'll do it. You start the climb.
Yes, in our reality, but in their reality, it doesn't make any sense. Who's bottling this? Oh no, wait, no, you can free me quite easily. No, you should just press that button. No. Ooh, that's a good effect. That's right. Like his hands are just casually sitting like there. He's not. Yeah, good. Certain beanies. There you go, exactly. Ew. What? There was a guy under him? Where did Georgie put on him? Huh? He died? Not. Yeah, I wonder how quickly they wrote this. I mean, that's not always a mark of quality, but no, it's almost all like 3 different people wrote this. That's true. Also, I guess it's going to the left turn of some folk that wrote like nothing. It's the future. You can just do that. Just easily do that. It's cool, man. It's got a leather jacket. It's fine. Bye. Quick! I found another area full of rubble. Well, we're at another break. You know what? Let's just finish the movie.
He's not dead, but I sense he's in trouble.
Well, fate decides the winner of Endgame, not me.
Limited gravity, exactly. You're assuming they had a script. A lot of these movies, they only have outlines. And the actors make it up. That happened.
Karnak, they got him.
I knew you were all right. How are you? Oh, Lilith. Oh,
It's only another 10 kilometers. So what are you waiting for? Let's go.
Yes.
Okay.
Go. Please, even if you paid $35 for this, yeah, I don't think it's like stated first. We did it! Well, I don't know what we did, but it's... Yay!
All out. It's the end of the road, Mutes.
Mutes? Mutes?
Stretch your legs.
You guys, like, risk your life for them. Mutes.
Now we just have to wait, I guess.
The others have asked me to thank you for all you've done.
That's what I'm paid for.
You would have been paid anyway, even if you hadn't gone back to save me from that revolting monster.
Is there gonna be a twist coming? There's gotta be a twist. He's bad. No, what's that? The helicopters? There's gotta be a twist. Bautista's gonna come back. We know he's not good. There's a little bit left.
What's that?
I don't know. That's a good question. I do not know.
Quick, go get the truck.
It's never over, baby. Nazis! With a plow truck. This seems to like any energy for anything that's happening. It's not just sort of anything to do. That's why I only had one lens. That's a man from Stripes. Exactly the same one. Exact same one. They borrowed it.
Now tell me what you're doing here.
No, these. I don't know why these people. What the fuck were they waiting for? How are they hiding out? When the bad guys attacked.
Come on, all you mutants. Get out of there.
Well, I guess this is the end of the game. We lost. We lost for nothing. All for nothing. Great. This, I don't know. Only in the beginning, this soundtrack was pretty interesting, but here everything seems kind of pretty monotonous. I don't know that I need a soundtrack for this.
Get up on your feet, you bastard. Come on, talk.
Because he can breathe the air.
Tommy's mind. His powers can save us.
How? He's only a child. He doesn't know how to use them himself.
Ooh.
Talk.
Well, it's our only hope. I'm going to try. Tommy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Tommy. Tommy, listen to me.
Tommy,
Yes, I
fuck
hear
him
you.
up.
I hear you, Shannon.
Go fire starter on these guys.
I'm losing my patience, Shannon.
That would be cool. If we
Concentrate,
get kind of a
Tommy.
Raiders
Now
ending.
or never. You have to save us.
I'll try.
And then they all explode and like, I mean, that would be a fucking amazing ending. If they all explode and bloody guts everywhere. Yeah, yeah, exactly. With the mutants and stuff, sure. The childhood has its best performance. Yeah, he put a ton of prosthetics. Oh, this was just a win. I know you win. How'd you know? What are you waiting for? Punch him! Punch him! Yeah. Oh. Yes, indeed. Gotcha. Get him! Well, at least that's something to car. Hurry, everybody get into the car. How are they not dead yet? Oh, machine gun. Alright. It was a little disappointing, but whatever. Some wind, a couple fake rocks. Yeah. And that's gotta be the bad guys, too. No way, we're gonna take it.
It's all over.
I hope you enjoy it, Paul. Okay. It's a long movie, man. Buster Keaton had better rocks. Ah, that's good. That's great. I love it. I love Buster. He's the ice cream man. Yes? What is this?
Here's your gold, as promised.
Oh. Was he promised gold? I don't remember that. Keep it. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Was that Miguel Suave? I think that was Suave, man. It was.
I asked them if you could come with us, even though you're not like us. And they said yes. I would be very happy if you stayed with us.
Oh, yeah.
Lilith, look inside of me. Read the thoughts of me. You are the future. I am the past.
At least get a kiss or something, man. Just end it! We're not even at the end game. We need a TikTok. TikTok. Ah, no, I didn't like that. That's a young man for me, man. No interest in that at all. Always so funny. It's more. I hope now. Get to the top. They didn't do it, man. Ice cream is not messy food, man. No! No! Gross! What happened to George Eastman? They never got the revenge. He died? Oh, wait, he was left behind, I guess. I guess we just assume he died. Oh, we'll oh, there we go. Okay. We have to have the final shootout.
You leave that alone. Winner take all. And we haven't played the final round of Endgame yet.
Oh. I mean, this is like an hour and 40 minutes, this movie, by the way. Hopefully it's over before Mark Savage joins us. I feel like we should just finish it. Even if he's here, I'll just say, hold on a minute. Let's just finish this. What? It's just not talking crap. Man, what the hell? Okay. Me and Joe DeMont don't seem to mesh. I'm with you. I'm with you. Ready? Rock, paper, scissors! Lame ending. I agree. Set up for Endgame 2 or End. Further adventures at the end. The irony is, a movie called Endgame never ends. Huh. That's very confusing to me. That's very confusing to me. I need to make sure that he didn't send me an email. He said he's not having any issues coming in. What the hell? What the hell, man? Okay, nothing from him. Nothing from him. Yeah. Pretty sure you're coming in pretty soon. Crap. Ender game. Super game end. What the hell? What the hell? Wow. I think his appearance is going to go like he thinks. It's a good question. Did anybody enjoy it? Did anybody enjoy Endgame, the movie? My thoughts on it. I never want to watch it again. I don't need it on Blu-ray. Certainly not for $28. And I don't understand why it almost seemed like nothing was happening for a good portion of the movie. It felt like a whole bunch of random side quests. Oh, we got Mark Savage with us. Let's switch on over here. Mark.
How you doing?
Good, sir. How are you? Thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure.
Oh, man. This is really great. Okay, everybody. We have Mark Savage, the director of The Masturbating Gunman, with us, a.k.a. the Master Avenger versus Ultravillain in the lair of the naked bikini. Did I get that right?
Yeah, you got that right, but that's why it was originally called Masturbating Gunman, because the second one's definitely too hard to pronounce.
It is a mouthful indeed. For everybody in the chat, let me show you. We're going to cut to the trailer real quick that Severin put together for the film, so we can all sort of be on the same page for the film, and then we'll dive into the making and dealing with Severin and all that good stuff. Sure. Here is the about minute-and-a-half trailer.
Your mission is to find me a virgin, a woman who will be the vessel for the passage of my lineage.
Sir, she is the sister of the famous masturbating gunman. He could ruin everything, sir.
My sister's been kidnapped. Are you sure, Henry?
So this is a masturbating gunman.
You know, they told me this film was called Family Business, but everyone's been saying something about masturbation.
So in a way, and I don't mean it in a wanky way to say like it's a super deep and meaningful movie, but definitely I didn't just make it to make a film about a guy who jerks off onto his own face. You know?
Soon, my purple-headed friend, you will be ready to sow your seed.
Okay, that was neat, and certainly something that you do not expect. I guess let's begin at the beginning. Where did you discover sort of your love for film?
Yeah, first I'll just say, memories come flooding back watching that trailer.
I'm sure.
I think my love for film started with I had access to a couple of early kind of horror books when I was a kid, like that from the local library, and I was sort of almost anticipating that particular question. So I've actually got a couple of them here. I've still got them, of course. So these were the books that completely influenced me, like very young age, like these Alan Frank books, which had a bunch of stills that were amazing on films that I didn't actually see until probably much later, and a famous book too, a pretty well-known book. And I know also David Gregory at Severin was similarly influenced by these books. But, there was a horror host in Melbourne when I was a kid named Deadly Ernest, And Deadly Earnest used to play a lot of, these old great horror films kind of late on a Friday night. They started at about like 9:30 or 10. But when I was like 7 or 8, they're like, I wasn't allowed to stay up to that late. So what would happen, I'd get home from school and say to my mum, okay, I've got a deal. I'm going to do the dishes tonight after dinner, but I'll go to bed early and you wake me up for Deadly Earnest. And she'd always say, you don't really need to be watching those kind of movies. And Mum, I really do need to be watching these kind of movies. She always had this thing about like things you didn't need to do. And I ended up eventually just saying, well, you really need to do except like, eating and breathing. But yeah, she did wake me up, and she'd often come in at 9:30, 5 minutes after the show had started. And she'd say, okay, the show has started, but you don't really want to get up, do you? And I'd be like, no, I do. So anyway, so I saw those, and some of the early ones I saw was like the slime people, which I loved. I thought it was a great film. That LA film of these people kind of caught in this slimy fog. I love that film.
Love it.
Also, a really early Larry Buchanan film called It's Alive.
Okay.
Which I really love that film. Sort of like these two people get trapped by this farming guy. He sort of locks them up in a cave, and in the cave there's this weird sort of cheap-looking monster, and the monster harasses them. And I love that. And I saw that, and I also remember seeing Valley of the Gwangi, the Harryhausen film, at the movies. It wasn't actually it wasn't the first time it had been released, but it was like a re-release of that. And I love dinosaurs. I mean, I think a lot of kids love dinosaurs. Like when you're a kid, dinosaurs are just the absolute best. And so, yeah, that was my early influences.
I love that. We share a lot of the same things. That when you're a kid, that's when your imagination is the ripest, and you find that cinema that just blows your mind. You just want to be a part of that. And so, how did you transition from Uber fan into I want to be a creator?
I got a Super 8 camera like when I was about 15. I worked at McDonald's, so in a way, my first films were financed by McDonald's. Because I remember seeing a Super 8 camera in a store and saying to my father, I really want to get one of those cameras. And then he said, well, then you really want to get a job, don't you? And I'm like, yeah, I do. And I was pretty entrepreneurial as a kid. I collected empty beer bottles and sold them. I collected newspapers and sold them. So I was always trying to work out schemes to make money, mostly to buy horror books. To buy horror books and anything that was related to like horror and, also to somewhat to erotica as well. I mean, even though I was only like 12 or 13, but, every young boy wants to see something, whether it's a breast or a butt or something, so.
Right.
There was a bit of an obsession there. But yeah, I bought a Super 8 camera. It was a Chinon. That was the brand of it. And a projector at the same time because I worked at McDonald's, and I originally got the job. I lied about my age. I said I was 15. I had to be 15, but I was actually 14 and a half. And back in those days, I mean, what ID are they going to check? Like there's no license at that age anyway. So I just went in there and told them that. So I was flipping burgers and, I was on the fries, I was on the shakes and all that. And from doing that and working like a couple of shifts a week, I had enough money to make buy a Super 8 camera and a projector, and I started making Super 8 films. And the first one I made was a film called Methuselah, Guardian of Hell. It's on YouTube. You can look them up on YouTube, some of the early ones. I did upload them a while back. So that's really how I learned to make movies, making Super 8s. And between the age of about 15 and 18, I made about 140 Super 8s. And some of them were like 10 minutes, some of them were features, but I pretty much just was obsessed with making movies. And also the first 30 or 40 films, I actually edited them in camera because I didn't like what you got when you spliced Super 8 together. You could see the joins and it was very unattractive. So I was actually had techniques for cutting in camera, because usually when you're cutting, someone walks out of frame on the right, they come in on the left the next time. So I'd literally be able to go, okay, as they're walking out with their body halfway out of the frame, I'd let go. And then on the next one, I'd say, okay, action. Then when they're just about to enter frame, I'd roll again. So the only ones, you know, almost surprisingly well cut, considering that they were cut in camera. Of course, it left me no room to screw it up because I wasn't shooting a lot of footage. And when you do action stuff, it was even harder because someone would throw a punch. So I'd be like, I'd get behind someone, they're throwing the punch, and as the fist was in front of their face, I'd let go. Then I'd go to the other angle, then just get the last part of the punch on another angle, and I cut in camera. But eventually, by about film number 30 or 40, I worked out a way that I could splice it together and you didn't see the splice. So I made everything from, it was mostly horror stuff because you had a lot of blood, and my brother would be in it and a couple of friends, and usually my brother would always be the killer. Sometimes we ran out of people, so he'd also be a victim as well. And I'd get my mum. My mum often got killed in the movies. And again, she'd always ask, like, well, what am I supposed to be doing? I go, Mum, you're going to die. And she goes, but I don't really die, do I? I said, well, Mum, of course you don't really die, but I just need you in the movie. She goes, oh, I don't know. She goes, I hope no one I know sees this. I go, don't worry. Nobody is going to be seeing it. You know, that was her main concern, that nobody would see it, because sometimes I'd give her blood. She'd have to vomit blood and that. And her main concern was usually, look, can we finish now? I said, Mum, we've still got 3 more shots. Oh, no. I'm making a casserole and it's gonna burn on the stove if I don't get back to the kitchen. So we always had to shoot my mum's stuff pretty fast because there was always something she had to do. She had to go and do some ironing, or she had to like finish off a casserole, or she was making some cookies. And we use cookies sometimes too on the films, but it was poison cookies. I'd say, oh yeah, we're going to make a film about someone getting poisoned. She goes, well, whose cookies are you using? And I'd say, well, yours. She goes, oh no, you can't use mine because they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't kill anybody. I go, Mum, it's just fake. She goes, I still don't like the idea that you use that. You go and buy some cookies instead.
Wow. You know, again, a lot of similarities here. It was very hard whenever I needed some extras and I had to wrangle my parents. It was always very tricky to get them to play along.
I know it's becomes a real frustration, especially at that age. I mean, occasionally I was also hard, like at that age too, when I was 15, also hard to get girls in the movies too, because back in those days, and it's unfortunate, there just weren't that many girls my age, around 14, 15, who were really into horror. I mean, now it's changed. It actually has changed a lot. There's a lot more, which is great. But back in those days, no, the reaction from most of the girls in my neighborhood were kind of like, ugh, I don't want to do that. It only changed when I would make them a vampire bride or something like that. And they were interested in being a vampire bride, not quite interested when I said you could be a lesbian vampire. Then it wasn't, they weren't as keen on that. They didn't even know really what a lesbian was. And I didn't really either. I just seen a couple of films, stills from a Jess Franco movie, and I figured, that's what a lesbian is. It's a vampire. So for a long time, I actually did believe that a lesbian was a vampire. But eventually I woke up a little.
I mean, no one can blame you. If you see the right kind of movies, yeah.
Yeah, I was a little misled.
Just a little, but that's okay. Now, there's a movie, I'm looking at your filmography. There's a movie called Marauders from 1986.
Yeah.
I guess, I mean, you say you did 30 or 40 movies. Would you consider Marauders to be your first, like, feature?
Oh, yeah. I know. I did 130 or 40, 104.
Oh, my gosh.
They were on Super 8. No, but Marauders was the first, what I would say, first legitimate feature with sound and music, and I shot it actually shot it on a video camera, but a really high end. And when I think about it now, it's pretty bizarre that I worked at a production company at the time, and they had super high end video cameras. I mean, now that they wouldn't be considered so high end, but even though a very high broadcast camera, an Ikegami camera, that back in those days, and this was like late 80s, it was worth $200,000. This camera. So we shot the first feature on that camera, and the company also gave us all the lighting as well, because I convinced them that, I said, on the weekend, no one's doing anything with your equipment. And the boss said, well, that's true. What's your deal? And I said, well, how about we make a film on the weekends using that equipment that's just being wasted, 2 out of 7 days is not being used at all. And I said, and can we make a feature? And if it makes make some money. I'll give you, half the money. And that's how I made it. So over 40 weekends in a row, we made, 80-day shoot, which is kind of insane now when I think about it. But we shot Marauders, and with my brother was the lead, who's also in Masturbating Gunman, of course. He's Henry. But in Marauders, he played like a psychopathic character. And, it was a pretty nasty kind of movie, sort of like influenced by films like Death Weekend, and, which I'd only really seen. The weird thing was, even though I made it at that time, I'd only seen Death Weekend once, but I loved it. It's one of my all-time favorite films. The House by the Lake. It was influenced by House by the Lake, a little bit by Last House on the Left as well, just in terms of the kind of like style of what happens, and me feeling like, yeah, I can do that, because they do that in Last House on the Left. It takes a while to kind of break away from your sort of traditions of going, you can't, the mainstream of you can't do this, you can't do that. I mean, that's what's so great about, the underground exploitation. It kind of frees you. You feel free to be able to like try stuff rather than having constant criticism of you can't do that and you wouldn't do that. Because I always did have a bunch of some older fogey type of film people now and then would look at some of my early stuff and they'd go, oh yeah, you're still making that rubbish, are you? And until I met actually someone who became my mentor, a director in Melbourne called Richard Franklin. He was the first person ever to just look at my material and not assess it based on the subject matter. He assessed it based on the filmmaking in the film itself, and that was a huge thing for me. Really made me just feel good about what I was doing, less awkward about the subjects I was approaching, because I've always been drawn to kind of like pretty sort of, maybe what some people might consider kind of bizarre kind of subjects. But I've always just found, because I find that entertaining and it's what interests me personally. So that was a really freeing thing for me.
It's always nice to find a mentor that sees, beyond budget and things like that, and finds that genius,
Yeah, I mean, because I already admired him. He'd made Road Games and Psycho 2, and Cloak and Dagger, and I mean, he's a very accomplished director, and he's one of the few Australian directors who are making kind of serious genre stuff. I mean, you also had, say, like Brian Trenchard Smith, and he was also making like action stuff. I didn't know Brian because he was in Sydney, but Richard was in Melbourne, and he was a person who looked at Marauders after Variety slammed it. Like there was a review in Variety, and they pretty much just said, this guy, this young filmmaker, Mark Savage, he really needs to look at himself personally and the rest of his life after making this kind of film. And so it was kind of like I was bummed out, but my wife at the time, she's the one who found this lawyer who knew Richard, and it ended up that Richard watched the movie and he said, let's get together and have a talk about your movie. And he pretty much just said, number one, if you keep making movies like this, you're never going to make really any money because it's too niche and it's too nasty. He said, I liked it, but he said, you've got to have more balance between the heroes and the bad guys. And it was a good lesson for me, because the film was pretty much everyone was a psychopath, and I think when you're younger, you're like that. You're kind of drawn to that thing about everyone's a psychopath and there's no kind of shading. But it was a good lesson for me. Another good lesson with that film too is that I cast it from a lot of people I knew, and a lot of them were not professional actors. And there was one particular actor, it's not really her fault, but I cast her in the movie and she was terrible. And ultimately the film got slammed a little bit because of some of the performances. I mean, that's on me. I cast that person. It's not really her fault. She really wasn't an actor. And I should have basically directed her better. And I should have maybe put her at ease a bit better, or maybe just not cast her at all. But again, the film was a really good lesson. But what Richard was quite complimentary about was the cutting, the shooting, because on that one I shot it, cut it with a couple of other guys, directed it, produced it, kind of like and edit it with with a couple of people. And he was complimentary about that, so to me that was like cool, and that was kind of like motivated me to keep going. I mean, I was never going to do anything else but that anyway, but I just didn't really know how to do it.
Gotcha. You seem to tend to have really interesting titles. There's another film I want to ask you about before we get to Masked Avenger, Sensitive New Age Killer.
Yep.
Tell us about this one.
Well, the original title of that film is actually Hitman's Hero.
Okay.
And it was distributed by 20th Century Fox in Australia and some other countries, not US. And they liked the title of Sensitive New Age Killer more. So that's why it became Sensitive New Age Killer. Which I think it was an okay title. I didn't think it was totally appropriate because Hitman's Hero is really what it's about, because it's about a guy who worships someone, but by worshipping someone, he learns realities about that person you rather not know. It's that kind of it's that sort of theory of, be careful, meet your heroes. And at the time, I just worked on a really huge documentary on Jackie Chan and spent a year with Jackie Chan and Sammo Hung and a number of people involved in a number of productions and the Jackie Chan stunt team. So I met my heroes on that. And that was also like a little bit of a wake-up call to me. And I won't go into the details about it, but, some of the people I used to admire, I then admired a little less. And then some of the people, of those people I admired even more. So, you start seeing the nuances and the shadings of the people that you look up to. And I still have huge respect for both. But, when you're spending a year with these people, and most of the time I was like almost living with them, you see them, you see a broader picture. And it was a real interesting wake-up call. So that film, Hitman's Hero, was kind of like based on that experience about this guy who, as a child, sees a hitman in their local neighborhood killing someone, and he kind of idolizes this person and wants to become a hitman like this person, thinking that, he's got such a great life and everything is perfect in his life. And as we all know, no one has a perfect life. No one is necessarily, what they seem. And that's really what the film explored. So, yeah, Sensitive New Age Killer became a thing around that time also because it was like a term that people were using a lot, like New Agey, especially also about men. He's a New Age kind of guy. He's a New Age kind of guy, which, was often was more related probably to some guy who's more agreeable with women. Kind of like, he's happy to kind of take on, share like things like household chores. And, there was more emphasis on that kind of thing. But Hitman's Hero was really the more appropriate title because it really summed up the themes of the movie.
Yeah, I've had that happen to me before where the distributors will change the title on me. And it's like,
yes. Yeah, how did you feel? How did you feel when it happened?
Not great, but it says, do you want your movie distributed or not? So you're like, fine, we'll go. And it is always the title. You're like, I guess, for me, they dropped a generic title on me, and there's like 8 other movies with that title, but whatever, I got the movie out.
Yeah, no, yeah, you're right. It's like a double-edged sword. Yeah, on one hand, you're happy that it's got released. But on the other hand, you kind of go, well, it doesn't have the title that's appropriate, and it doesn't have the title that necessarily makes it stand out if, as you said, it has a generic kind of title. So, I was in two minds about it, but at the same time, I was happy that that Fox were releasing it. So I wasn't going to kind of go, screw that, screw them, I want my own title or nothing at all. I wasn't that stupid. So I think there's some things you want to go, there's some things that are worth fighting and other things that are worth, you sort of go, okay, I accept that. But as long as they don't want to change the movie and they don't want to recut stuff, like, to me, it's kind of like, okay, I'm not going to be a complete pain in the ass and kind of cut off my nose to spite my face. So hopefully I learned that at a fairly early age to pick your fights,
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There's a lot of filmmakers I know.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
The bird outside was making some noise.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no worries. I know a lot of filmmakers who have become stubborn, and because of that, their movies have never been released, or they end up with a crummier release. And it's.
I see that a lot. Because I've been doing this for quite a long time, and I see people who fall by the wayside, and that is often the reason. Like they'll do something like they'll have a script, and they'll go, "Well, I'm not making this until I got $3 million to make it." And then sometimes, even they'll say to me, "Well, I've got someone who's offering us like $1 million or whatever." And I've sometimes said to these people, especially if I know the script, it's different if it's like they're literally trying to make, like a film that's so complex that you can't make it for that. But sometimes I'll say, something, you got someone offering you $1 million here. That's still a lot of money. And a lot of the time, the reason why they are waiting for the $3 million, because they think they're going to get a massive fee. So in a way, they're not really going to make the movie for $1 million. They're more going to make the movie for maybe $2 million, and they think somehow they're going to get $500,000 or something to make the movie. But I said, you're really better if you really want to make the movie, see if you can maybe adjust the script. If you can still keep the same themes and still maintain the same things which motivated you to make the movie, then it's good to ask yourself, are you staring a gift horse in the mouth here? Is it worth making it for $1 million? Because it's not like, it's difference between if it's 50 grand, but if it's $1 million for a 3 million, then you can look at your project and go, you know, it might be worth getting it made, especially if you don't have a lot of films out there already. Yeah, because this is what the problem was often people have made one movie, you know, and they're going, oh, I don't know. And I'm going, dude, you're lucky someone's offering you $1 million for this. So I said, think about what you could do. And I know, and some people who I gave this advice to, they didn't take it. And then now they haven't made any movies since maybe the one movie that they made. Whereas my attitude has never been, because I'm a realist, I know because of the way the industry changes and what used to be the 3 million films, now the 500,000 film, you know, I don't have this attitude that, oh, you know, dude, every budget's got to be higher and higher and higher. That's just not realistic. And if you took that attitude, you just wouldn't make that many movies. So I tend to make films, you know, I've made movies that are, you know, reasonable budgets, and then I've made movies that are very low, and I go sort of like, you know, medium to low to medium, a little higher than that. And that's how I keep making movies. And you have good partners. To me, it's more about who you're working with. If you're working with really good people you love working with, then you don't mind, you know, not making as much money making the movie. And to me, I never got into it initially to go, well, I'm going to make lots of money. That was never my motivation at all. You know, I mean, if you make any money or you can make a living at it, that's certainly good. And it's a bonus and you want to work towards it. But that was never my motivation.
No, absolutely. And I think the people who go in thinking that they're going to be millionaires, you know, are definitely, especially nowadays, you know, are barking up the wrong tree. Because, I mean, I know I have a screenwriter friend. He says, you know, back in the 80s, he used to make, you know, 20 grand a script for some low budget company. Now, you know, the scripts that I write for the companies I work for, I'm lucky if I make 3 grand. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah, you're right. And so. Yeah, the market has changed really. The market has just changed so much. And also the revenues changed, because there was a time when, you know, you could make a movie and you can almost think, oh yeah, we're going to get an advance of 20 grand here and 30 grand here and 50 grand from Germany and all this. Well, yeah, the 50 grand from Germany is now 5 grand from Germany or 10 grand from Germany. So everything has changed so much. But what hasn't changed is that despite it's a little bit of a myth really, despite the idea that, hey, you know, you can shoot this on an iPhone and you can do this. Most of that's bullshit, because you're still paying crew. You're still basically renting locations. You're still basically doing DIs. You're still basically grading. You're still doing delivery items. The idea that you shot it on, like, even though your camera could be, is a cheaper component, and you're not, and of course you're not paying for film in the same way, you know, it used to be very expensive, but in the overall picture, just because you're shooting on a $5,000 camera, say on an A7 III or something like that, and you still got the lenses, which are generally cost as much as a camera anyway. So just because you're doing that though, but it doesn't mean that your film is a 5 grand, 6 grand movie, because you've got deliveries, you're paying actors, you're paying crew, you're paying insurance, you're doing E&O, you're doing all the stuff to bring the movie to market, and most of that dwarfs the cost of the shooting anyway.
Absolutely. And effort alone. It's a lot of people go in not realizing how much work it is. You know, it's not just making something do, it's a lot of work.
It's so much work. It's so much work. Like every film is like, especially for some of the key people on the movie, and a lot of the films I do, I produce and direct. So the thing is, I'm on the picture for like 6 to 9 months. You know, and also once a film's also like shot, you know, I'm also there for editing. I'm also there for deliveries. I'm also there for all the post. I'm doing all that. So the whole point is, even though I'm working with, you know, sound mixers and Foley people, and I'm working with labs and, you know, I mean, it's not so much a lab now, but it's like a post company. I mean, I'm the one who's going, okay, I need to get like 10 tracks on this. Here's a delivery list. And I'm the one who's doing all that. So the thing is, it's not like, oh yeah, we shot on a cheap camera or we shot on something that's digital and there's suddenly like, oh, everything's cheaper. It's not. And also, as you well know too, being a filmmaker, despite stuff about, oh yeah, you can do stuff on the cheap, most decent distributors, and especially ones that pay MGs, they still want names. They still want some sort of name in the movie. So you can't just go this idea, just get your friends and go, well, that's fine if you're only just going to post it to YouTube. But if you seriously want to get it out into the market and onto platforms like Hulu, you know, on Hulu and Tubi and Amazon or Netflix and all that, you've got to you've got to have major understanding of what it takes to deliver a movie. And it's not cheap to deliver a movie. And you've got to be across so many technical areas to do that. And that's the stuff that's never addressed when someone's just spreading the old, the usual myth about, oh, you just go and shoot on an iPhone. It's just not that simple.
No, I mean, names alone. I mean, you have to deal with SAG and other guild rules. I mean, that could crush any small production.
Yeah, it's very complicated. It really is. And making films is a complicated business. And unfortunately, the actual creative side is really only a small percentage of the overall work that you're doing on the movie. Even when you shoot the movie, if you're lucky, you shoot I remember I was doing, I'd done some shoots that were like 12 weeks, but that's just not happening anymore. You're doing shoots between like 2 weeks to 4 weeks, but you're spending months doing the post, you're spending months doing delivery, you're spending months doing contracts and doing, E&O negotiations and all that stuff. So yeah, you're not really spending a huge amount of time making it. I mean, I wish in a sense it was back to the old days when directors would be hired by a studio and they were on contract and they'd literally go and make a film for 3 weeks. Then because while the next one's being organized, they have a break for a few days, then they direct the next one. I mean, I think I would love to be, I would have loved to be in that period, or Japanese companies, which I love, like Nakatsu. That's what they did. They literally went, okay, you're doing 10 films this year, 2 weeks shoot, a break for a few days, prep the next one, because you've got many teams prepping all the future movies. So the directors are just kind of like, they're not doing what I do. Is I spend all the time prepping or finding partners to make the movie with. Like they're literally going from movie to movie to movie. I mean, I think for a while at least that would kind of be heaven.
Yeah. I mean, imagine all the amazing movies that came out. I mean, Casablanca was an assignment. It's insane.
Yeah, you're right. Great things came from it. It's not like terrible things came from it. I mean, terrible things come from both sides. I mean, terrible things are, will come out of the studio process like that, but also there's terrible indie films as well. So the thing is, it's not like, well, this technique wouldn't work, but I just think from the director point of view, I've done, a reasonable amount of films, like I think about 14 all up, like features. But the whole point is, to me, that's nothing. Like I wish I was able to do 70 features. And if I could get everything happening one after another quickly, I could do that. But I look at a director I really admire, like one of my favorite directors is Kaneto Shindo, the Japanese director of Onibaba. He made films until he was 99. And he made something like 75 features and wrote 130 scripts, and that got made.
Amazing.
I feel like I'm just lazy, like to me, I'm just slacking off. I mean, compared to a Kaneto, even though I am actually probably working as often on stuff, but it's just not going from movie to movie. It's spending months prepping movies and getting the finance in order and stuff like that,
Yeah, well, it's a different machine. Things have become very, very different. We have a question from Video Store Review. Do you both feel that your best work is still ahead of you? Personally, I hope so. Mark? Yep.
No, definitely. Like I've got as much passion for it as I had when I first started out. Like I'm not at any point to kind of think that, I think the best is behind me. I feel there's still lots more stories to tell. I've still got probably like about 20 unmade scripts and still writing new ones all the time. So yeah, I mean, I think I'm learning. I think we learn, you probably agree with this. I'm learning something every time I make a movie.
Oh yeah.
So you're always a student. I never think along the terms of, and I think even Scorsese said something like that. I mean, and damn, if he's saying it, then you listen to him, because he's one of the greatest filmmakers ever.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be devastated. I tell you right now, I'll be devastated when Scorsese dies, because that will be the end of just a mindset. He represents to me, he's a filmmaking world. He's a mindset. And I don't even want to contemplate a world without Scorsese, and so I think that you learn so much. You're always a student of, you're a student all the time. So that's why I hope, the best movies, and they hopefully just get better. And I'm not saying that they don't go up and down a little bit in terms of what might appeal to people or what works, but certainly I think I learn a little. So every time I do a new one, I can apply what I'm doing. I'm just about to start a new one in about 2 weeks. And I've got that same kind of attitude of, in my prep of, let's not do that this time. Let's make sure we do that. And every time you're kind of calling on what you learn. And as you would know yourself, also being a filmmaker and also an editor, you learn so much when you're in on the editing process, because that's when you learn what you either screwed up, what you didn't get, or that's when I think you can only really learn what truly works when you've written it, or at least co-written it, or been part of the script, directed it, and sat in on the edit and watched it with an audience. Until you've done that, the theoretical will never provide you with a lesson that the practical will, of truly seeing stuff that you screwed up, and then you go, that doesn't work. And I can give one example. In Sensitive New Age Killer, I had a lot of characters. The one character kept saying "I love you" to his wife all the time, and when we got to the edit, it just was like, why is he saying that so often? Because on the big screen, and when you got a close up, you don't need to overemphasize stuff in the way you tend to do when you're writing. On the screen, it's got more power than the written word. It's much more powerful. And you kind of have to learn that, because you start seeing stuff that you kind of overcompensated on. Other thing was me picking two actresses who had very, very similar physical characteristics. And so I had one person said to me, why was she sleeping with that guy in a motel room? And they're married. And I'm going, what do you mean? And he said, well, why does he go with his wife, meet her in a motel room? I said, that's not his wife. And then I went, oh shit. Both the women in the film, they both kind of look, they're both of a certain type. And so just little things like that you learn. So that's kind of like, if you've got two women in the movie, don't have them as a certain type unless you deliberately want to create confusion. Then one's got to be a redhead and a brunette, or, a blonde and a brunette, or, a bald girl and a brunette. You've got to find distinguishing characteristics, because not everybody is also listening to the names. And the same way too, introducing characters becomes interesting too. How do you introduce a name of the character? If someone's going to get referred to, say 10 minutes in, well, how do you introduce that character by name earlier so they know who they're being referred to as? Just little things like that.
Oh yeah, and it's so funny, because that's the kind of stuff that you don't learn in film school. Like all those little things that you don't really think about. Like, oh well, this character is going to give us exposition, but nobody knows what this is. And you're right about the casting lookalikes. I mean, honestly, that's the problem I have with a lot of Asian films. I'm like, wait, didn't she die? And that's a different girl.
Yeah, because I guess one thing is with Asian films is that most of the women, if you've got Asian women, most of the women are going to have dark hair. And if it's dark and long, so yeah, again, it's kind of making the differentiation. Like, I mean, one person I think does it really well is like Ringo Lam. You look at one of his films like Full Contact, which is one of my all-time favorite movies. That's in my top 10 of all-time movies. He does a really good job, because he's got two really strong females in the movie, but he makes one girl being very, very kind of like, very sexually suggestive, almost kind of like, what you call kind of sluttish, kind of like looking, very short skirts and emphasizing her breasts. But the other woman, and they've both got black hair, but the other woman, he dresses in kind of like more kind of like classical, kind of like more like formal kind of like wear that's more conservative. And it really helps kind of differentiate between the two women, because they're often in the same scene. I think he just does a really good job. Yeah, you just got to find something that's either in the wardrobe or in the or in their jewelry or something like that. That immediately, because the audience only has very small amount of time to get to know the characters before they're plunged into their dilemmas. So you can't have them going, "Who is that?" Because if they're thinking, "Who is that?" then they're not sort of focusing on the storyline.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. That happens all the time. Speaking of Asian cinema, you mentioned this before. I'm curious about your time on Mr. Nice Guy. You said you were spent a year with them. What was that?
It started kind of just before that, and it started before that, but they came to Australia to make Mr. Nice Guy, and I'd been hired kind of based on my knowledge of Hong Kong movies. That's why I got hired. It was through someone else who'd suggested me, and also knew that I shot as well. So, so I was pretty much had full access to just anything I wanted to do during the making of the movie, which is following people around at night, to being on the set, to interviewing anyone I wanted to interview. And the film took so long to make, it went way over schedule. But it was a great experience, because I also got to meet one of my favorite producers, a guy called his name is Murray on the set, but he's an Asian guy. His name was Chua Lam, who also produced one of my favorite films, The Story of Ricky. So here I am working with and he was surprised that I knew that, and he was almost like initially embarrassed. He goes, "Oh, you know that film?" And I said, that is this one of my favorite Asian films. It's just so over the top. It's just so gleefully over the top and wonderful. So I formed a good relationship with him. And then I got to, spend time with basically working with the stunt crew in terms of like them preparing for scenes. And, Jack is someone who's very, very big on, as you know, like he's very big on props. So even as a director myself, it taught me a lot about just setting up action scenes, using props and the way they stage it, because the main difference is the way that often the Hong Kong films are staged and Chinese films are staged, is that they don't do master shots, because the thing is you can't do all these complex moves in just non-stop master shots. So what they do, they break it down into sections, so they'll kind of go, okay, we're shooting here, like, but we begin inside a caravan, we move outside to this, but they'll go, okay, we'll have like 6 major moves in the wide shot here, person falls on the ground, then we reset the cameras and then move to the next part. They like almost build the action as they go. It's not like, because of course the issue becomes, if you're doing master shots, you then get locked into matching the master. You know what I mean? Like you sort of go, okay, we've got this in the master. Let's also cut in for a kick. Let's also do maybe an aerial as someone gets, kicked in the chin, that kind of thing. But you really can't do that effectively when you're just doing master shots. So the Hong Kong filmmakers, the reason why their films to me are so effective is that, that they break it up into sections, and they also don't feel the necessity to edit on everything. They showcase the talent of the performers. Because that drives me insane when you've got like for example, a film I think is, it's a good movie, but I don't like the end fight scene of Lethal Weapon. To me, it's too messy. The 2 guys are fighting on the lawn, and it just looks like they've shot it with 5 cameras, said just go for it, and we'll throw it at the editor. As opposed to a film like, say, Pedicab Driver or The Raid. You look at something like The Raid. It's beautifully choreographed. And the director understands people love it in wide shot because and I don't mean so wide you can't see it, but wide shots following the characters. And you're seeing people being kicked and their reaction and getting up. It's not a lot of the time, they've got like a 10-minute non-stop shot in The Raid when he's going up the stairs and fighting all those people. It's beautifully choreographed. And I really learned that, it was good to see that being done myself on Nice Guy. And it was a really good experience. And I also love Sammo Hung. And got to know Sammo a little bit, because I became pretty good friends with one of the exec producers on that, was Dick Toe. And Dick and him and Sammo had been friends for ages. So we used to go into Sydney sometimes and have like lunch together, and it was amazing. And Sammo was amazing too. Everyone knew him in Sydney. So he'd walk in the restaurant, and sometimes rather than just going to the restaurant, he'd go into the kitchen and he would cook. He would basically himself go and cook with the chefs, and they all knew him, because they knew him from Hong Kong movies. And it was just amazing. He was such a character. I have so much respect for Sammo Hung, and his abilities as a director and also a fight choreographer are just incredible. Because of course him and Yuen Biao and Jackie all went to the Peking Opera School, and Yunhua, and so it was just really great to be around those people doing the documentary. Unfortunately, my documentary, which I shot probably about 300 hours on it, but unfortunately, it got cut down to pretty much like a PR piece, because I think I pretty much kind of showed probably a little bit too much about what really goes on behind the scenes. And Golden Harvest pretty much went, yeah, we like it. But then the version they brought out was probably something I could have shot in like 3 weeks. So the footage is out there. It's sitting in some lab somewhere. But of course, even Golden Harvest doesn't exist anymore in the way that it used to. But yeah, but it was an amazing. It was an amazing experience, and there were a few a lot of Australians on that, like Richard Norton. Mm-hmm. Richard Norton was on that too. He's a really great guy, and I got to just got to experience it from more the Hong Kong side of it though, because I wasn't part of the Australian crew because I was doing the making of, and so I spent probably more time with the Hong Kong crew. But yeah, it was a really great experience, and certainly a really good learning experience for me.
Oh, I can only imagine how amazing to be on that on any of those sets. That's amazing.
Yeah. It was great. I mean, because the way that they actually make films, it's just very different. So, I find now the way I make films is maybe erring a little bit towards that. But of course, the problem with a lot of Western films is the costs are much higher than in Asia. So you just don't have the time. I mean, a film like Hard Boiled, their warehouse sequence, like that's a 6-week shoot. And most Western films, that's their whole shoot. You know, so the thing is, the reason why that warehouse sequence in the John Woo film in Hardball, which I think is one of the most incredible sequences, is about 17 minutes of just absolute, it's a masterpiece. And I like even that sequence even more than the hospital stuff, because I just think it's so beautifully choreographed. It's like ballet and it's amazing. But the reason why, and I'm not saying it's the only reason why it's good, but one of the chief reasons why it's so effective is because they've got time. They prioritize it and they go, this is 6 weeks and the hospital is going to be 2 months. So the whole shoot's like 8 months. And that does happen with some bigger American films, like some of the Marvel films are really huge. But again, their costs are so much higher because they're above the lines are so much higher. Whereas the Hong Kong, I mean, Hardboiled, despite being like an 8-month shoot, the budget's like $8 million US, which is just, whereas if that had been made in the US, if they'd done like an 8-month shoot, that would have been like $100 million, $150 million movie. So the economics are definitely different.
Absolutely. And that's why, I mean, when I make films, I'm lucky if I get 14 days to make something, you know, it's very, very tricky.
No, I relate because I've done stuff with those kind of time scales as well. It's really hard because, and also choreography takes a while to do, you know, and also if you're working like a fight coordinator, action coordinator, you know, they're working through it and you want to try stuff. But when you've got small schedules and someone says, okay, you've got 3 hours to do a fight scene, you're like, oh, geez, 3 hours to do this. You know, it's like, you know, on a Jackie Chan film, they'll spend like 3 days or 4 days what you are spending 3 hours doing. And so, I mean, so the result is different. And at the same time, I know there's also in the Western audiences, I mean, generally the mainstream is probably also not as much into something like a half-hour fight scene as in Asia. Whereas, you know, to me, I'm fine with that if it's a really well done, but the it's just not a thing necessarily that's part of Western culture, except for people who love, like, you know, say Asian movies. But the average person who might watch more like, say, like a Marvel film, whatever, is not as into the idea of like, okay, this fight scene is a half-hour martial arts scene, like, you know, like in a refinery or something like that. So you're also dueling with different priorities, which are, you know, different cultural priorities.
Absolutely. Eternal asks, do you two think some movies aren't as known or successful before? I guess because there are too many movies being made. I see a lot of direct-to-DVD movies everywhere that I've never heard of. I agree 100%. There's just too many movies nowadays. It's just hard to make any kind of dent. What do you think?
Yep. It's also, I think what happens, the distributors are ambushed by the huge volume of movies, and sometimes they just literally don't even want to see new movies, and some of them could be really good. Mm-hmm. So they only will watch movies by well-known people. Or people they've already worked with before. And it's the same with film festivals. You know, to me, film festivals, you know, I've got a sort of like you know, I think they're good and bad. I don't think festivals are always helpful for some films. I mean, certain films, I think they're really good to give attention. Certain genre films can get a little bit more attention from festivals. But I think, it is a problem when there's too many movies. Then you also have smaller amounts of money being paid because there's so many movies out there. So the idea is, okay, even though a distributor might say, well, you know, we're distributing like, you know, 30 films a year, but there's such a glut. Like, I mean, you always hear about there being a glut of horror films. I mean, that's often spoken about. And it's because horror is, in a way, it's easier to make a lower budget horror film than to say make even a lower budget action film. Mm-hmm. Because action just takes longer and costs more, and you need more elements, like, you know, there's more of a safety issue. So you also need safety. You know, there's more precautions taken. You also got, you know, often you've got a fight coordinator. You've also got a different level of actor and performer and stunt people too. So it's not as hard. It's not as easy to make a really super low budget action movie. I mean, it does get done. I mean, it has been done. You know, even a film like, say, like, you know, Rodriguez's first film, you know, El Mariachi. But at the same time, even that, I mean, there's also a little bit of a myth around that too, you know, because he's like, okay, we made it for like $8,000. But it cost a lot more by the time it got to theaters. You know, that's not $8,000 to deliver it. That's $8,000 for a certain version of it. You know, and then obviously because it was released by Columbia. I mean, Columbia is not going to put out a film that hasn't got a full A-list sound mix and they're striking prints and things like that. So there's a lot of myths also around how much stuff costs, and it looks good as a marketing thing, but you and I know more like what the real cost is. But yeah, I mean, I definitely think it's a sad thing that I think there needs to be, in a sense, more platforms like Netflix that are releasing indie movies. But the trouble is, I mean, there are platforms, but they just don't get pushed as hard because they don't have as much money to push them.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I think there are many great movies out which no one sees. And there are also many terrible movies out that everyone sees. And I think that's the main dilemma. And it's really a hard one to deal with because it's mostly the films that have the big marketing budgets that get seen. So irregardless of whether they're actually good or bad, it's the marketing budgets that people see a film advertised all the time or pushed all the time. They think, oh, that must be the film to watch. Whereas there's films which basically they're with the distributors not really doing much pushing, or they just don't have much of a personal marketing budget. And it just disappears. And also, or it goes into the S's and the T's on menus. And a lot of people don't even look beyond the A's and the B's. That's a big issue.
I have one of the companies I work for, they frequently will put numbers in their titles.
Oh, yes. That's smart. That's smart.
So it'll come up first. That cracks me up. Question from Mandroid: do you try to watch as much of everything you can possibly see to learn from, or have you specifically certain genres because you appreciate from your taste exposure, i.e. Asian action, etc.? Personally, I try to watch everything. You learn from everything. Mark?
Totally. I mean, many of my favorite movies are not even action or horror. I mean, one of my favorite all-time films is Leolo. Another film I love is The Tin Drum.
Oh, yeah.
Another favorite is like the Japanese Princess of the Moon. I also love the films Jean de Florette, My Father's Glory, My Mother's Castle, Gregory's Girl, Local Hero. I mean, I love those kind of movies. And I do have a few scripts. Like A Fly Away Home is one of my all-time favorite movies. I think it's a beautifully made film, incredible score. The Khalid Deschanel photography of that movie is just, like out of this world. The Natural, that Robert Redford film, The Natural, Hoosiers. I actually like quite a lot of sporting-oriented movies. Just I like the cinematic aspects of them. So yeah, I mean, it's a really good question. But I think it's really important to watch because, well, also when you're making genre films, the best genre films are also well written.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, if you just watch, say, trash, or you just watch a certain genre, you're not going to learn about anything that's going to elevate the genre, that's going to basically, enrich the writing, because it's the writing that's really behind the, ways to what movie. Like if you look at films, even like say films say like a Casino or Goodfellas by Scorsese. I mean, it's not just good because he knows how to shoot, people being shot and fight scenes, and it's good because he worked with Nicholas Pileggi, who wrote the script, based on his books. And they fine-tune the script, and so the thing is, and I know also Scorsese's influences are not just those kind of movies, and I'm the same. I mean, I look at a film like Fury Road, love Fury Road, and but you look at some of Miller's films like Lorenzo's Oil. It's also a really beautifully written movie. So the thing is, I think you've really got to focus on. You've really got to focus on the scripts. And to me, it's just really having the understanding that it's got to, that films are pretty much about a character wanting something and someone or some force stopping them from getting what they want. And as a result of their journey, they change. And it sounds just kind of simple, but if you can do that, and if you can kind of orchestrate the characters in an interesting way and understand why writing works. Another great film is The Woman of the Dunes, the Japanese film.
Oh, love it.
Yeah, extraordinary movie. I'd love to make something like that. I mean, I kind of made something along those lines a little bit at one point called Defenseless, which was like a completely silent movie except for music and sound effects. But yeah, it's a very good question. I love this question from Mandroid 51. But yeah. You learn from so much. You learn from TV, and you learn from books as well. That I mean, just reading. It's just. I mean, I'm an avid reader too. So I grew up reading a lot. One of my favorite books is the Albert Camus book, The Outsider.
Oh yeah,
I love that book. And then I also love James Herbert, like The Fog, The Dark. I love King, but I also like Jim Thompson. I love Jim Thompson's work, like The Getaway. Savage Knights, films like that. And then, some of the earliest books I read was by a British writer, children's writer named Enid Blyton. And she also had a huge influence on me. Like she wrote 650 children's books.
Whoa.
And which is just extraordinary. I mean, she's hardly even known in America, but she's like, I was an avid reader of her books as a kid, and I think she gave me a real sense of adventure. And my favorite book of all time is a book called The Coral Island by R.M. Ballantyne, which I just think is one of the greatest adventure books I've ever written. I would just die to make a movie of that, but set it in the period where it was made. I wouldn't actually, because these days there's an urge to kind of do it as a modern, I think setting in the period where it was written, was basically like early 19th century would be great. But yeah, it's a very good question, this one.
Yeah, I would say if it's not so much about watching the movies. I think the thing people forget that makes a movie or a book stand out is the characters. It's always about the characters.
Yes.
That's why we go back. That's why we rewatch movies. That's why one slasher movie stands out above another, because we like those characters. And it's 100% all about the characters, and you'll find great characters everywhere in every kind of genre.
I agree. Yeah, that's why we watch films again and again. Like I watch True Romance a lot, because True Romance, I love the characters. From Christopher Walken to Gary Oldman, to Christian Slater's character. Another film I love is At Close Range with Sean Penn and Christopher Walken. Incredible characters. So every time I watch it, it's almost like reliving memories with people who you already have a great experience with. So when you watch it again, it's almost like reliving the memory. That's why you watch the film again. And I always find that films that don't have good characters but might have spectacle, I just don't watch them again much.
Yeah.
Because they were good to see at the movies. Like say even like a film like say Transformers, which has got a great score, actually, by the way. I mean, the score is stunning in that movie. And also I think Michael Bay does really, really, I think his CG and obviously his QC control on his CG is just incredible. But Transformers is not the kind of film that I would, that I watch often, because, it's a film where you're really just watching it as a spectacle, and he does spectacle well. And actually, I liked his Pain and Gain. Actually, probably my favorite Bay film. I mean, some people hate it, but I don't hate it. I quite like Pain and Gain. But, it's an example of like the Transformers films for me anyway. Like, yeah, I never watch them over and over, but at the same time, I'll watch a Del Toro film, many times, like something like Pan's Labyrinth.
Yeah.
I love Del Toro. I mean, I love him because he's a true passionate film. He's a true passionate filmmaker, and that he lives and breathes film. If you cut him open, a celluloid would come out. And I mean, it's kind of like how I am. I mean, I'm not at that level. I'm not saying in any way I'm not paralleling myself with him at all. But that same passion of he's just going to do it till he dies. Because that's what you put on earth to do. You put on earth to make films, tell stories, and whether you're poor or rich or whatever, you keep doing it, right? Because what else are you going to do?
You know what? You took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, I don't know. You've probably been down this road where you're like, oh, this is so hard. I don't think I can do this anymore. You feel browbeaten and destroyed. You're like, this is so difficult. Then the next day, you're like, what else am I going to do? This is the only thing that makes me happy. So I've got to do this for the rest of my life as much as I can.
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, I get that you totally relate to it. Look, it's a very heaven hell existence.
Yeah.
And I don't really like the business side at all, but I have to deal with it. And I think that's the main acceptance that you've got to go through when you first start doing it. You can't have this attitude, well, I don't like dealing with all that business stuff. Well, essentially, if you don't want to deal with that, then you're not going to make many films. Because the likelihood that you're going to meet someone who's going to want to do all the business stuff for you is very unlikely. Because and usually if you're teaming up with people, it's usually after you've made a lot of films. Like even now with me, it's easier for me to meet people and say, let's do something together because I've got some runs on the board. Whereas when I was first starting out, even the people who wanted to work with me couldn't even do half the things I wanted them to do because they'd sort of say, I'd love to make a film with you. I go, okay, well, what would you do? Because you've never made a film before. Can you raise money? No. Can you do you have good distribution contacts? No, but I could learn. And you kind of go, what's the point? Because you've got to work with people who bring something to the table that's not just doubling up on what you're doing. They've got to be able to bring something as well. And as we both know, in most films now, even if you're just director, often you're also not necessarily expected, but it helps if you can also bring a bit of money to the table.
Mm-hmm.
And I tend to, do that kind of like with every film, because I can at least get certain amounts of money, like either first money or whatever, but because the main thing you're doing as a filmmaker, and this is something you've got to do from the beginning, you've got to foster relationships with people. That's part of being a director and a producer. You've got to start really working on relationships with people, treating people decently, but you've got to foster relationships with people. And that's why my conversation is always about, like, whether people I meet, even people who have money, whether they have any creative interests.
Yeah.
Because they often are. And often people who went to other fields where they made a lot of money, sometimes they did have a creative, ambition at some point. So sometimes I help them, realize that by us making a film together. So the thing is, it's so important just to listen to people and why they want to do it, because I tend to not just make films with people who just invest and like that's it. No, it's more someone who invests, but they've got an emotional connection to the movie or the subject matter. And that's the thing too. Ask people what they like. And if someone says one of my favorite films of all times, my favorite films are, say, like, Hoosiers and The Natural. Well, then if you've got a film that's got a sporting theme, then that could be the person to speak to. Don't speak to, if you're going to make Serbian movie 2, you don't go to someone whose interest is Pretty Woman.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You've got to be able to, you've got to be able to, target people and also have investors who are your friends and be really transparent about it. And that's the relationships that I have with people, and I think that's part of the thing. Again, it doesn't really get taught in film schools. Like people are obsessed over cameras and lenses and storyboards and shot lists. I mean, it just drives me insane, this obsession with, I've got my storyboards, we're ready to go. Well, half the time when you get on the set, your storyboards go out the window because something changes and you can't even make it the way you want. No, it's better to be obsessed with the relationships that you have with people. That's what helps you make films. Because you've got long-lasting, you forge relationships. People are going to stop worrying about the technical side so much and the minutiae. Yeah, forge relationships, because isn't that why everything else works in your life too? I mean, whether it's your personal life, why would filmmaking be any different? And it's not. It's relationships. And if you can't forge relationships, you can't build relationships with people, then I think you're going to have a very, very hard time making movies, and certainly continuing to make movies.
Absolutely. Well put. Mandroid says thank you.
Thanks, Mandroid. Appreciate that.
My buddy Aaron's in the chat. He says he grew up on Enid Blyton's Famous Five.
Oh, I love that. Oh, that's great. Yeah, Famous Five, Secret Seven, Naughty, The Naughtiest Girl, the Castle of Adventure. Yeah, I mean, I love hearing. So I imagine Aaron's probably from either the UK or Australia, perhaps. Or maybe he's in the US. I don't know, but no, that's interesting.
Well, that's cool. We've got one other question, and then I promise we're going to talk Masturbating Gunman, guys. But I love chatting movies with a filmmaker, so this is great. Razor says, have either of you released a film that turned out better than you thought it would due to issues during production or post-production? Better? No. That's my easy answer. No. Mark, do you have an answer for this?
Turned out better than you thought it would due to issues. Oh, turned out better due to issues in post. Actually, I would actually just have an issue with the word issues, because that tends to be a bit more of a negative. Maybe if it was turned out better than it would due to things that happen during production, post-production. I mean, often I would say, if you're working with really good, say, sound people and composers, at the moment I'm working with a great composer named Glenn Gabriel, who's Sweden-based. He's amazing, and we're really on a very similar wavelength, so I don't even have to, I'll spot the movie out and send him temp tracks, but he's really, really locked into it. So with Glenn, it's always, when I start getting the scores, oh my God, it's like Christmas every day. He starts sending me the scores, each day I wake up in the morning, oh my God, what did Glenn send overnight? And he'll usually put the new cue, to a quick time of the scene. And it's like, oh my God, I'm just like, this is just amazing. So I love that. But no, the question would be, I suppose the thing is, I would certainly say, I always am hoping that by the time you get to post, you're able to realize what you envisaged, because often people, often even crew may not always totally understand where you're going in terms of what's doing. And so, I mean, probably in the early years, I would have people actually on Masturbating Gunman was actually maybe an example of that. And I mean, it's certainly not a classic by any means, because it's a pretty it's a pretty crazy kind of little low budget movie. But I do remember a few people on that, or even just who knew me that I was making it. They're like, Masturbating Gunman, like what the hell? I mean, what could that possibly be better? Why would you even make that? And people just kind of thought, I think it was just going to be utter shit. And when I say utter shit, I mean because it's very low budget, so it's not in any way. It's never going to win a prize for it hasn't, it's not like it looks like it's shot by Roger Deakins and it's got the, score of John Williams, nothing like that. But I think people just thought it was just going to be almost unwatchable. And I mean, of course, there could be some people out there who'd also do think it's unwatchable, so fine. But, when I got the composer, Bryony Marks, I thought she did a great job on it. And then once I got into editing and into the post, and this guy, Roger Campbell, did the sound. He was really passionate about the sound. Remember, he'd call me up and goes, Mark, I've got this really good sound of the guy coming, of the squirting. And he'd be really excited about it. And it was great. So on that one, I would say, it at least, it turned out to be what I wanted it to be, but I think it was perhaps better than most people who'd heard about it, based on the title. But I guess that's kind of understandable with a title like that. You're just going to think it's just going to be utter junk.
Well, speaking of that title, let's jump right into it. It's The Masturbating Gunman, and I'm curious where the super lengthy title comes from. Was that first or last? The Masked Avenger, was that the original?
Well, actually, no. The original title was The Masturbating Gunman, but when the film got picked up by a company called EI, at the end of the 90s, a guy called Michael Rasso ran a company called EI. They picked it up, but they changed the title to Masked Avenger versus Ultra Villain in the Lair of the Naked Bikini because he thought Masturbating Gunman wasn't appropriate. And I'm thinking, what? But how is this new one any more appropriate? So anyway, maybe he just didn't want the word masturbating, in the title. So fair enough. But yeah, the original title was always The Masturbating Gunman because that's what he does. I mean, he's a guy who must, I guess, to take a line from the movie, he must jerk before he does his work. and because it's about a guy, he's basically husbands and boyfriends come to him and say, my wife or my girlfriend's been kidnapped, right? He brings their panties and the Masturbating Gunman smells them, and from the panties, he then goes on a journey to locate them. But because the kidnappers know that the Masturbating Gunman will come for him, they will have strippers at the ready to strip in front of him so he can't grab the girl to take her back to the client. So he's got to overcome that. So he's essentially got to, he's got to play with himself and climax before he can move on and do his work. So it's essentially about the whole thing. And I guess in a way, it's probably like a sort of like a broader metaphor for, I guess even like the way that all men, when they're younger especially, they're very distracted by sex. I mean, not even just younger. But the thing is, they're very distracted, and often it takes precedence even over making good decisions, as we all make. We all make stupid decisions because, oh, yeah, she's hot. But I'm going to marry her because she's hot. But the whole point is, there's other consequences of all these things. And in a way, I think it is a little bit of was a little bit about the whole point of dealing with both sides of you as your own mind, kind of like, to be able to, prioritize things. So here's a guy, he does prioritize because he basically gets it out of his head. And as any man would tell you, that there's always a point after sex when a man is a very different guy than he was before sex. I don't think any guys would disagree with that your thinking is very different. And obviously that's probably the way that we're programmed, just by biology, So the Masturbating Gunman himself, he's got to somehow overcome that Achilles heel. And he does overcome it in the movie. But I won't talk about how he does it.
Yeah, no spoilers, because this is a movie I'm not familiar with. I did grab it during the sale, so I'm looking forward to experiencing this.
Great. I hope you get a few laughs out of it. That's the important thing.
Yeah, I mean, it looks unlike anything else I've ever seen. So how did the idea first strike you that you wanted to make a movie with all these elements?
It was inspired, I would say, by certainly by my love of Japanese cinema.
Okay.
I mean, they have films like there's one called the Legendary Panty Mask, which is about a guy, he wears a woman's panties he's almost like a Batman, but he wears these women's panties across his face. He's like a superhero. There's also a series of films which sound a lot more incendiary than they really are, a Japanese series called Rape Man. And he's kind of like, it's based on a manga. It was made as 7 movies as well. There's a series as well made by a company over there called Pink Pineapple. And he sort of like runs this, they kind of like run a service. They run this, him and his uncle run this office where someone will come to speak to him and they want him to go and do a job, which usually involves either like a raping someone or embarrassing someone. And so part of the structure was taken from, kind of more crazy Japanese movies. I mean, there's a whole, it's a real pretty valid genre in Japan, just taking something that's kind of really absurd and treating it seriously, because that was the main thing with this film, is that I was never interested in making it tongue in cheek, even though it is absurd. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's not like I don't know how absurd it is, but it's, and that was like some of the initial reviews. So that's why probably now is a better time than it was 20 years ago, because some of the initial reviews were like, well, who the hell wants to watch some guy jerking off? I just want to watch the killings. And they just didn't really get the whole point that, the film is not really so much about the killings. The film is deliberately kind of ridiculous, but it's about this guy dealing with this issue. And it's not supposed to be erotic. You're not supposed to be turned on by what he's doing. I mean, when he's ejaculating, he's ejaculating soy milk and potato, and it's super, it never looks real. And I mean, we go to KFC and get them to give it, we go with our own bucket, like a bucket this big. Please fill it up with potato. We then basically add soy milk and then use horse syringes, and that's what we would shoot off camera. And that was him coming. So it was never like why that would ever be taken seriously was beyond me. I was reading reviews about this is disgusting. No one wants to watch this. Who would want to watch this? And I'm like, it's a black comedy. It's supposed to be ridiculous. So, my approach though was to take it seriously. So all the dilemmas that he has, he doesn't laugh. He doesn't look at camera. He doesn't do a Gilligan, like looking at how in Gilligan's Island, the skipper is often looking at the camera into the fourth wall. No, there's none of that. I mean, it's taken really seriously. Like, he's this serious guy. He's tracking down these women, smelling their panties. He's also got an apprentice played by my brother, and he's teaching him how to smell panties and how to get the scent. So there's a few scenes where, he'll go, okay, tell me a little about this woman. And my brother will hold the panties up to his face. He goes, okay, she's blonde and she's got schizophrenia. And he goes, you idiot. She's a brunette and she's got kleptomania. It's time you actually knuckled down here and studied harder. So the thing is, we're just kind of setting up the whole idea of the absurdity of that, and also the absurdity of fetishes like, panty sniffing, and also the women in it are deliberately sleazy, sort of cheap-looking stripper women, because I remember one review was saying, oh, the women aren't even really that particularly attractive. Well, it was never the intention to get women who look like Vogue models. I went to a gentleman's club in Melbourne. That's how we cast that. And I went in there and I said, we're making a film called The Masturbating Gunman. Is there any ladies here who might be interested in being in the film? And we got like so many. It was like, yeah, I'd love to do it. And we picked out, some of the ladies who'd be suitable for the movie, who are happy to like strip down. There's no sex. They don't have sex, but they strip down. But this is something they do every day anyway. They do it at the strip clubs. The only difference here, they're doing it on camera, and they didn't even have to do as much stripping because in this film, they're really only just taking their top off mostly and doing a sort of silly kind of dance. But yeah, I mean, it was taken very seriously. I made it as if it was like a serious sort of action drama, and treated it that way, because I figure, you take it seriously and then people then laugh more at the absurdity. Whereas to me, if we'd done it sort of tongue in cheek, it just wouldn't have worked at all.
Right. Well, no, I absolutely. I mean, it certainly sounds like something that will blow a lot of minds. And now it's available on Blu-ray. So how did we spoke with David actually yesterday, and he spoke very highly of the film and working with you. How did Severin approach you?
Severin, apparently, what it was is that Severin, David was doing a bit of a roundtable with some of his crew there, and apparently one of the guys, I think it was Andrew, who ended up being someone who was a little bit of the caretaker of the Masturbating Gunman, because he really gave his all to this film. You know, he really got behind it, which is great. Apparently, he said, because David was asking, does anyone know? I mean, obviously David will correct if it wasn't exactly this, but apparently he was asking them all, you know, what's some titles you think we should get or whatever. And apparently Andrew spoke up and said, well, there's this film called The Masturbating Gunman. And I've known David for quite a while, but I guess David didn't know that I'd made this, because I mean, it's been pretty low profile because it only ever came out in Japan, but that's the only place it came out aside from like VHS here in 20 years ago. So, and it's not really pirated anywhere either. I mean, obviously it is going to be now, but it wasn't like pirated anywhere. So apparently David then said, oh, Masturbating Gunman. And then apparently they looked it up, or we asked him, you know, who made that. And he said it was me. And David then said, oh, yeah, Mark, you know, I know Mark, because I've known David since I used to work for a company called Subversive Cinema. I worked for them for a couple of years, a guy called Norm Hill, really, really great guy. He ran that. He also is one of the guys who started Anchor Bay, like, you know, back in the, you know, really early days, and also brought a lot of the Werner Herzog films to video and all that. He knows all those people like Werner and all that. And so, yeah, David, I had met when I was working at Subversive at one point, and also he'd invited me to a screening of his film Plague Town, which it's a really good movie. I really like that. I hope that gets a lot more attention too, now that that's got a great Blu-ray. And yeah, David contacted me and said, yeah, so you've got Masturbating Gunman. Do you have any of the elements? And I did happen to have a couple of digi beaters of it. So, you know, after a bit of back and forth, I was able to get them some master tapes, also find a making of as well, because while we were making it, there was a making of made. Someone was going around shooting us, you know, on the set, like doing all the crazy things that went on. I mean, because there was nothing that was normal going on during the making of that movie, I can assure you. You know, so the thing is, you know, even you can see in the artwork here, there's this thing called the Panty Den, and they're all the panties that represent all the jobs that he's had, where all the women he rescued. And every now and then he goes in there and he, you know, he'll smell the panties, and you know, as his memories come back. And so I like the fact that they put that on the cover, because that's really an important component of the Masturbating Gunman's journey. This is one of the girls at the beach here. That's the nun, played by a lovely lady named Neen Powell, who is just extraordinary, I thought, in this role as the nun. She plays the sister of the Masturbating Gunman, and she's very incredibly resourceful. And you'll find out when you watch it, the context of this scene here is that she's actually got a great plan, because she's been kidnapped as well by a terrible villain, and he's like a Nazi type of villain, but she's got a great plan to thwart him, and this is part of what's going on here. And it will make sense when you see the movie. But kudos to her, and also everybody in the movie, because no one got paid much, but it was shot all over Victoria. Like here he is in a very dangerous part of and there he is in a very dangerous part of Victoria, where for this scene he stood here and almost got washed off into the ocean too. Wow! There was a huge wave at one point that actually knocked him actually downwards from where he is there. And but he was a trooper. That was Robin Brennan, who's also the editor on the movie. So that's also worth that. So the Masturbating Gunman himself also edited the movie with me. Yeah, that was he was a trooper, but he actually it's a difficult experience for him too, because the mask that he wears, which we got from a leather shop, sort of like an S&M leather shop, it was always really tight on his face, which made it look good, but he had terrible headaches during the shooting of the movie.
Oh my gosh.
And, yeah, here he is covered in soy milk, and also sometimes the soy would get under his mask as well, making it quite uncomfortable. We also shot this in one of the sleaziest hotels in Melbourne. It was even the fact that he's lying on the floor, the fact that we actually have this, supposed like him ejaculating onto the carpet. Believe me, that would be nothing compared to what would be on that carpet. And like that whole room, the floor was sticky. You'd walk in it, and you'd have to lift your feet like moon boots just to kind of walk on it. So I remember at one point, one of the production designers, when we were leaving, was like, "Oh, do you want me to clean up? Do you want me to clean up the carpet?" I go, "Okay, well, clean up that." And then they'll go, "Well, what about that there and that?" I go, "That's not us." Like there was lots of all kinds of stains, and some of them didn't smell good either. So I was like, God knows what went on there to create that stain. And this place eventually, I think, wasn't demolished, but was cleaned out, and I think it got shut down by the health department. And I'm not at all surprised.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that costume does not look like a pleasant experience.
No, it was very hot. It was very hot, and the mask was on so tight. So it was. But he was great. Like Robin, who did that role. He'd starred in a couple of movies. He was in another really interesting Australian film that's got almost no release at all, called Bullet in the Arse, which he's in that playing like a guy with he sort of plays this weird criminal wearing a G-string, and he's very good in that. And I also die in that film. I get squibbed, a huge squib, and fall off a cliff. And then it becomes my like dummy. There's like I turn into a dummy as I am there. But the guys who made that, that guy also shot this film, Masturbating Gunman, and he shot a lot of my other movies, even some of my more recent movies. David Richardson.
That's amazing. Let me just double check here. We get a commentary with you, right? There you go. Yeah.
Yes. I tell some of these stories and just kind of like comment. It's with David Gregory too. So David and I like had a conversation while we watched the movie, and it was a good way. I mean, I got a pretty vivid recall of the movie. I mean, it was a really fun film to make. That it was also made at a time when I don't think hardly anybody who was involved in the film, and no one had any ultra serious relationships, or if they were married, they had no kids. So that's why everybody was able to be available every weekend for many weekends. And we shot at a convent too. Like one of the main places we shot at was actually an ex-convent. And we had to tell them at the time, because they asked us when we first got permission, what kind of film are you making? And we told them it's called Family Business. And I said, I just said, it's about a nun who's having a crisis with her faith, which is kind of, I guess, if you really stretch the truth, that's kind of she has a little bit of a crisis, but it definitely wouldn't have been the film that they would have envisaged, And I mean, they luckily never came and looked at the film, and sort of every now and then they just say hello, how are you going, what are you doing, and they were very friendly people, and they were good to deal with, but we shot all over Melbourne, and even in the city area where people would be looking at the masturbating gunman himself, because he's wearing the mask. So people would be. I'd usually shoot that on a long lens somewhere, so no one would see me, because I literally wanted him to be walking through crowded areas, and I didn't want anyone like going, looking from me, looking from him to the camera. So we got some good candid stuff, just having him walking through. But yeah, he attracted a lot of attention, which is good. I mean, that was natural. I mean, it was fine that people looked at him, because even if a masturbating gunman type character was in a street, it's not like people would be ignoring him. They certainly wouldn't.
Right. Well, I'm very excited to check the movie out. I mean, I love discovering new kinds of cinema, and this just sounds like right up my alley. So
great.
Congratulations on the release.
Thank you. I'm very happy. That it's got such loving treatment from Severin. I mean, it's really the right company to release this, because they specialize in these kind of movies, and also they have a respect for this kind of thing. Like it's not just kind of like, oh yeah, this is just kind of like some crap, let's put it out and see what we do. No, I mean, that there's a lot of love. That whole company, everyone who works there, I've been in there several times. Everyone who works there is like a film fanatic.
Yeah.
And it's so, and even like yourself, you're doing this. I mean, you're a film fanatic as well as a filmmaker. And I mean, with films like this, they really do need to be properly positioned in a niche. They can't just be, that's why I don't expect the people who are going to watch a Lionsgate film, exclusively are going to like watch this film. That's fine, but the kind of person who's going to like, this kind of film would be a fan of Severin kind of titles. And I think that's important, that if you're making films for the niche, then go to a more niche distributor, you know, even though they are expanding all the time, you know, obviously even doing a Goldie Hawn film soon. I noticed they're doing Overboard, you know, so, but they've, you know, they've got everything from art films. Like I think one of the best documentaries I've ever seen in my life is David's documentary called The Godfathers of Mondo, you know, about the guys who made, you know, the Farewell Uncle Tom and Africa Addio, one of the best films ever on documentary and filmmaking. So they've got docos, you know, up to Santa Sangre, you like the Jodorowsky films, which are really amazing, just amazing films, right down to stuff like, you know, Burial Ground, and one of my all-time favorites, The Sinful Dwarf.
Oh, yeah.
Which is great, right? You know, that's just, God, I wish he was still alive because I would cast him. I would love to make a film with him. It's such a shame that such a shame that the little guy has passed on. That, oh my God, it would be a dream come true to make a film with him.
Oh, you know what? I think so many people would want to cast him in something just to have him, you know, right apart just for him. He's a very unique little individual.
He's amazing. I mean, I also regret I never got to work with Hervé Villechaize as well. You know, like, I mean, I do have a height challenge fellow in my film, Sense of New Age Killer, a little guy called Arthur from Melbourne who has really enjoyed his role in that film. And so that was fun. But yeah, I mean, it's really interesting just kind of like mixing up all kinds of people in your movie, you know, because it's, it just makes it more interesting, and just gives it a, you know, it's just much better than just, you know, only like sticking to one type of person, one color or one ethnic race, you know. Yeah, basically I think the more you can like make everything like, you know, just add a mix of all kinds of influences, I think this makes it more interesting as a movie.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's what's so unique about film as an art form, that it covers everything, you know, writing, music, art, colors, you know, painting, choreography, all this stuff. And the more uniqueness you can add, and I think it's a benefit to the movie and to the audience that experiences it.
Yeah, and also especially when you're doing lower budget films where you can't compete with the studios. Yeah, because you can't sort of say, well, you know, we're making a $100,000 film and we're going to do action stuff that's better than say Marvel film. But the thing is, what you can do, you can bring elements that the studios would not want to touch. And I think that's one of the keys to indie films is bringing elements that money can't buy, but that studios wouldn't necessarily want to go near because they're a lot more conservative, because they've got more shareholders, even like a company like Disney. And it's not really, and it's not like a criticism of Disney, because they have their own way of doing stuff, but they're more conservative because, well, their audience is more conservative, and their audience is like children and stuff like that. But the thing is, when you're doing exploitation, or what you even just want to call indie movies, even like a film like this, like a studio is never going to make a film called The Masturbating Gunman. And because also they have they need to target people broadly. You know, and their market, like, you know, for example, like, you know, whether it wouldn't matter what studio it is, but they would never be able, they would need, like, even if they spent, say, which I would have to because they'd put names in it, but they're not going to spend $10 or $20 million on a film called Masturbating Gunman with name actors, even though the name actors might do it, but they can't pitch that to their broader market, which they need to make the money back. And so that's a dilemma. So that's why, to me, with indie films, I think it's great if you can do, you know, thematics or take points of view that the studios really just can't do.
Yeah,
you know, because then you're not in a situation where you're competing with the same type of movie that the studio's making. Because then most people are going to go with the studio film because it gets marketed a lot harder. But if you make a film, say, like, and I've never made another film like Masturbating Gunman anyway, but I mean, not that I wouldn't do a sequel at some point. And but the whole point is, you know, it was made for a niche, and it's totally understandable that it cannot be, you cannot spend too much money on an idea like that, because if you want to make money back for your investors, you've got to understand then conservatively what would the market for that pay. You know, like,
yeah,
it's really important also in being able to make films and return money to investors, that you've got to have a grasp of what is that worth? That's why even if someone came to me and said, okay, I've got $2 or $3 million to make the Masturbating Gunman, my answer would probably be, well, if it's going to be like this one in terms of explicitness, I don't think we should spend that kind of money on that. You know, make it for $500,000, maybe with a couple of names, but you can't, I wouldn't in good conscience feel good about making a $5 or $10 million Masturbating Gunman, because I don't think they'd ever make their money back on that. If you're going to have the stuff like, the cum flying around, and, there's a scene with a nun that's pretty full on, but yeah, you can do that. But I think that you have to conservatively kind of know what the market is worth. That's part of being a filmmaker and a producer.
Right. Oh, absolutely. And tastes have changed. And I mean, indie filmmakers, if you go and make it in your own backyard, you can, but that doesn't mean you'll find an audience or a distributor that'll say, yeah, let's do that.
You're so right, because if you make a film even for $100,000 these days, you're not even guaranteed you're going to make that back. People think, oh, it's only $100,000, but the thing is, it doesn't work. It doesn't work like studio films, which have an established pipeline, and whereas $100,000 is still hard to make back on an indie movie.
Yeah,
because, well, especially if it goes to something like Amazon Prime, where the people watching it are paying you about 2 cents every hour. So, so think, how long is it going to take for the film to make its money back? If they're paying you 2 cents for every person who watches for an hour, you may never make it back. So the thing is, that's why I think at some point I'd love to see almost like a Netflix level in terms of its marketing approach, a Netflix level, say, platform that specializes in more bizarre kind of movies, but has the reach of Netflix. But you'll never have quite the reach, because again, Netflix also is playing to a broader market. And if they put 100 films up that were all like Masturbating Gunman, they would lose probably 95% of their subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
So then you've got to go, okay, so in that case, you need one that's for these kind of people, but then you've got to ask, then how big is that market? And will those people pay, say, $5 or $4 to watch that? And a lot of even those people won't.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting dilemma. It's an interesting time for indie films at the moment, but that's why you also need to make films. That's why it is often necessary that you've got to have some kind of name, and it can't be an A-list name, but at least a name who's established in your market.
Yeah, and even the name game has gotten trickier, because look at people like Bruce Willis. I mean, his name has become diluted. He's making all these direct to Blu-ray movies that he's in 2 or 3 scenes for $1 million a pop, but now he's not that. Or Nicolas Cage, now they're not that theatrical name anymore.
Yeah, you're right. And I mean, they almost like Eric Roberts too. I mean, it's amazing to think that Eric Roberts was once in classic films like Star 80, which is one of the greatest films ever made, and Runaway Train, like another just extraordinary movie. Yeah. And now he's sort of in a way killed his brand, and the killing of the brand. And it's not obviously necessarily he's consciously done that, because obviously he's a working actor and he wants to work. But the unfortunate consequence is that he gets in so many movies that it even gets to a point where people will say, because a distributor's told me this, that sometimes I'll literally say, if you've got a certain actor in your movie, we don't want it because that person has been done to death. So they won't even look at your movie for the other elements, because you've got a certain actor in it who said, no, we cannot deal with another movie with that actor in it.
Wow.
So, and you're right, with Willis, I mean, occasionally Willis does the bigger movies as well, but yeah, it's the same thing. He does 2 or 3 days work and gets $1 million or $2 million, which is extraordinary still. But even that is not working as well. I mean, I've been told by sales agents that I know, even that it's kind of starting to fall apart. A part of me is actually happy about that, because I'd love to see people watching movies, not just for who's in it. I'd love to see people watching it for a little bit more about what it's about, and not just going, well, if a huge star isn't in it, I'm not watching it. I'd love to see more like, not necessarily having no stars, but I just mean more people who aren't who are not necessarily A-list, but just really good actors, can build up their own resume doing some of those movies. That I think in some ways the leveling of the market in that way could kind of be helpful for certain filmmakers. Because the other problem is, if you've got a market that's very dependent on, say like Nick Cage and Bruce Willis, if you can't book and get to those people, then it's harder to make movies that the bigger companies will pick up. And someone like a Nicolas Cage can only do so many movies a year.
Yeah.
You know, even if he does 12 movies a year, which he probably does, you know, because obviously it's not, he'll turn up for either a few days or he turns up for a few weeks. But again, there's probably more like 400 producers who want him. But if you can only make 12, then those producers who can't get Bruce Willis and can't get Nicolas Cage, even if they can pay, they're at a disadvantage if the market is so dependent on such a handful of actors. To me, that's a real problem.
Yeah, and I'm honestly flabbergasted that it hasn't fallen apart already. You know, this stuffing of talent and there hasn't really been a fallout, but I assume it's coming.
I totally agree. I mean, I'd say some of it is because the industry is very much dominated by people who've been in it for like 50 years. And so the distributors have their own connections and it's to some extent, especially once you move up to the much bigger level, and I'm not at that level, it is a little like a club. And it's people know people and know people, because even like I was having a conversation with a very good producer friend of mine the other day, and I was saying that, you know, even if I could, and you know, to some extent, I could access certain amounts of money to make movies, you know, I mean, not in the tens of millions, but below that. But I said, though, even if I could, I don't necessarily know the right people to go to be able to turn that over and get, like, for example, like even if I had Nicolas Cage, I don't necessarily have the ability or know the exact connection to be able to sell that movie for $5 million to make the $5 million budget back. I mean, because that's not just the making the movie, that's also having the right people and the connections to be able to turn something like that over successfully. And even delivery, I mean, even when someone picks up your movie, part of their risk too is, can you deliver? You know, so the thing is, it's not always like, oh, we like the movie. They also want to know that you can deliver them. Like if you make a film for Netflix, and this is why they often have other companies that will help you deliver. So they might say, we like the movie, but we want you to go to this company to do the delivery stuff for, you know, before you deliver it to us. And that's because they're trusted. And I totally understand that, because if you tell a distributor, okay, I'm going to deliver everything that you need in 60 days, and you can't do that, that screws them. Because if they've already, if they've already got like deals with, you know, DVD distributors and platforms that they're already telling them, you're getting it at this time. If you don't deliver, it makes them look bad. It certainly makes you look bad. So you can understand why, you know, it is a little bit of a club, because the club is also about people who can deliver.
Yeah.
That's part of the reliability too, which, you know, when someone gets an output deal, even which what it used to be called, you'd be like, okay, you make 6 films for us a year, and because they're reliable. I mean, again, my friend Jeff Miller, a very good friend of mine, I'm about to do a new film with. You were talking about this yesterday, that, you know, the ideal situation is sometimes just having some sort of output, a company that trusts you to deliver a certain amount of films a year, and they'll put up some of the money or whatever. I mean, that's the ideal situation. I mean, that's certainly the kind of thing that for me would be ideal, because I've already been through all the processes. But again, it's a trust thing, and it's not always going to happen. And that they pick certain people they like, and that's what it is. But yeah, it's really quite complex, and there's a certain benefit, as you would also know, being a filmmaker, there's a certain benefit to also making indie movies, because you have definitely a lot more control of the final product.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, you don't have like, you know, 10 other people who are also need to, you know, have major feedback. And I understand when it's at a huge budget level, like Marvel level, you can see why it's very complex, even as a director, that you're also a diplomat. I mean, you're always a diplomat anyway, but I think as the budgets get higher, you've got to be more of a diplomat. You know, obviously, because you've got to acknowledge other people's input. And if you don't like it, you know, you've got to be able to, you know, you've got to be able to explain why it's not working. You can't be insulting people. You know, you can't be, you know, just putting people down and calling them idiots. You know, like, and I think that's something that you really got to learn, because very few people in the film business have total control of end product, to the point that literally this is the cut and there's not one thing you can do with it. Like that's there's almost no one has that. And I don't even know exactly who has it, because I imagine even someone like a Steven Spielberg, who I have a lot of respect for, I just watched Duel again the other day, which I still think is one of his best movies, actually. I mean, he's got a lot of good movies, but I think his first movie, theatrical and TV movie, Duel, is amazing. But I don't even know how much control he really has, because I imagine also he works with people. I'm sure he also listens to studios. That when I'm sure, I don't think he's telling any studio to F off. Because also he's got to build relationships. So you don't want to do that. And I think I've dealt with it a little bit on a couple of bigger budget movies, but again, and also something else I'm working on at the moment, which is a bigger project, working on with a couple of producers. They're very good producers. I mean, I'm dealing with them at the moment, and we've had some heated discussions about a few things, but at the same time, you still respect everybody's role, because ultimately, everyone is in it. Generally, most people are in it to make a good movie. But I think the job as a director and writer too is to kind of get everybody on the same page. So first, everyone realizes that what you're making is the same film. And I always ask people before I make a movie, just write down on a piece of paper what film you think this is like. And it's really instructive, because sometimes I'll come up with something, you go, oh my God, I can't believe you think that. And in that case, I need to be a little clearer about something. But, it's getting people on board. And to me, the people you work with is exactly the same as the way you do casting. You've got to cast your partners. You've got to cast your collaborators, because, it's a really close relationship. And as a director and producer, it's really your fault if you've got a shitty crew. It's your fault, because it means that you don't have good judgment. So you've really got to be able to work on your, ability to judge. I think the older you get, the better you get at saying this person, I see, a dozen red flags with this person. Sometimes you meet someone within like 10 minutes, you think there's no way in the world I would ever work with this person, even though they seem like a fun person to hang out with. But there are people who you do hang out with and are fun, but you would never go into business with them.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, that is part of filmmaking. It's finding that balance and making sure your team is in place. Now, it's kind of a perfect segue, because you mentioned you're working on some stuff. So what does the future look like for you now? What are you working on?
I've got like 3 films over the next 12 months. So I go to New York, upstate New York next week. I start work on a new film. We've been in pre-production already for a couple of months. So it's a film called Bring Him Back Dead. It's like a diamond heist film where everything kind of goes wrong at this farmhouse. It's got like a Jim Thompson type of film, written by Ben Damery and Jeff Miller and Gary Daniels.
I know Ben. Ben's a friend of mine.
Yeah. So Ben's. I think Ben was the first writer on it, and then Jeff Miller. Jeff Miller then also did a draft on it. So we're shooting it in upstate New York, and it's got a really, really good cast. We've got Gary Daniels, who's a really great martial arts guy, and I don't know if I'm ever allowed to mention who the other 2 are, but they are names in the action world. I won't, because Jeff did tell me that there's going to be an announcement soon, so I won't say who they are. But that one, and then after that one, I'm doing like a film in Washington State that's sort of like about a girl. A very young girl who basically takes over her father's job as a hitman without his bosses knowing about it. And the repercussions of that. So that's with a young actress named Sanae Lutzis, who is the lead in that. And then we haven't cast the rest of it yet, but that's a November shoot. And then there's another one that's probably going to be in between. I'm also working with a guy, Tim Chismar, on a couple of films. And then I got another Mississippi film. So there's about 3 or 4 that just have to go before cameras by about March. So it's a pretty busy time at the moment. And some of them I'm just directing, and some of the other ones I'm also I'm producing and directing, but always working with really good line producers. And I mean, that's to me like a key person on every film. Like, it's one of the toughest roles of all is line producing. Like, I don't think it gets enough credit. That it's probably one of the biggest headaches of any job on the shoot. Line producer, because you're just handling so many headaches on just literally a minute minute by minute basis. But yeah, so no, pretty busy at the moment, and working with my partner also, a writing partner, Tom Parnell, who I just did Painkiller with. We're also writing a new script with David Richardson called Very Bad Day. And that's kind of like a Desperate Hours set on a lake, like that kind of thing. So we also want to do that within the next 12 months. So we'll probably do that in February. So yeah, no lack of stuff to do at the moment, which is good. So just keep, forging on, and again, just keep growing relationships all the time. I mean, I really find that that's part of the job, just constantly, going to visit people, talking to people, giving people the time of day, never having the attitude of, people are just going to come to me, as I see in some people, because that just never happens. If you expect people to come to you, you're just going to kind of like dissolve away in a corner, because people, even when you make films, even if the film does well, unless you've literally made a film that's made $100 million, opening weekend, people don't necessarily just come to you, because everyone's got complex relationships, and everyone's got reasons of who they work with and all that. So it's not just like, oh, you've made this many movies, people must be chasing you. Not necessarily. I mean, there's people who, even with me, there's people who call me up and say, I'd like to work with you and stuff. But it's not like, hey, I've got, $10 million. It's more like, let's talk about it. Let's make it fit. So yeah, everything's an evolving process, as you know too. Yeah, you're a filmmaker. Everything evolves, and it evolves slowly. And that's also why with me, I'm always writing, always developing projects, and I've always got like probably 4 or 5 that could go right away, at least in terms of the script, like not the logistics, but at least that if some money becomes available for something, or someone goes, I'm not really interested in that kind of thing you're asking about, but I do like these kind of films, and I can go, oh, well, I've got this. Yeah, I just think, just keep working away, keep growing relationships, and just treat people well, and be transparent, and because not every film is going to make a lot of money. You're hoping everything's going to at least like break even, or you can give them a tax break, so that becomes their win. I mean, so again, just research where to shoot it. Unfortunately, California is not the greatest place to shoot because it doesn't have the same kind of tax break. But you've got like Oklahoma, and you've got Ohio and Louisiana, Mississippi. There's good places where you can go. But again, you got to find out what budgets do they, what's their minimum budget that they'll give a tax, that they'll give a rebate on. And you just got to be across everything. And so that's what I find. I'm just kind of more and more, I've just got to be across everything. And at the same time, but then working with people I trust, and working with people you also can have fun with, who sort of, people need to become your friends eventually, because you spend so much time together, right? So become friends. It's not 9 to 5. The people you work with do become your friends. So I think that's great. But just be really careful and make sure that they're people who don't, they're not waving massive red flags at you when you first meet them, because that takes a while to know.
It does, and that's good advice to just be a good person, be open, and treat people well. I've had producers that were friends, like good friends, before we started a project, and then, by the end, after we've done the movie, they've taken it away from me and reshot scenes without me, and that's like, I never saw it coming. You never know.
That's terrible. I mean, can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah.
Okay. Without actually obviously going into the details of who they were and what the films were, but I mean, what was your initial arrangement with those people in terms of like what was going to happen with the film in post? Like, did you organize post? Like, why do you think you lost? Why did you lose control? Why was control taken from you?
I don't know. I was a producer on it. They had more money. They had more money in, but I had money invested. We were friends. They were like brothers. We were doing the editing together. I would sit in on the edit. And then all of a sudden, one of the main actors calls me and says, hey, did you know that they're doing reshoots and they hired somebody else to shoot them? I'm like, wait, what? And then they wanted to cut the movie down. There wasn't even a discussion with me. They wanted to do inserts to be able to like stitch it together shorter. I would have been fine with it, but no one told me anything. All of a sudden,
you sort of wonder what was the disconnect that stopped them from saying, hey, let's we've got a couple of ideas about maybe doing a few extra things or making some changes. Let's discuss them. Yeah, you sort of go, what went from them deciding, let's not discuss it with you, let's isolate you from the process, get someone else to do it and shut you out. I mean, luckily that's never happened to me, but I totally sympathize with you because that's why I'm so curious about what happened that would make them do that.
Yeah.
That's because it's not because discussing it with you, I mean, it would be a different story if you had a discussion and what they wanted was just so far from what you wanted that you almost go, well, if that's what it's going to be, I'm going to walk, fine. But the fact that, they would not even prioritize the idea of, let's have a chat, because that's all it is.
Yeah.
That's just a terrible thing to have happen.
Yeah. After that happened, it was like derailed me. I'm like, I don't know if I want to do this anymore.
Yeah, no, I would feel I totally get it. I mean, I've been at points where I felt like that. I mean, also points when there was a time when I just really had so much trouble, even just raising money, and it was kind of like, God, because it also always seems like everybody else is making lots of movies, except you. I mean, that's what it feels like when you're not making movies. You always think everyone else is making movies except you. But the thing is, it is a heaven hell existence. And the other thing is too, it's often really hard to balance earning a living with also making movies. You have the time to go and have meetings with people, a time to do this, because even if you actually go and get like some other kind of temporary job, you can't really stay at it if the movie happens. So you're in a weird dilemma about it's really hard to just pick up something and then leave and then go back. This is also why, I mean, I've always, for many years, I also shoot documentaries and also shoot interviews for Blu-ray companies and stuff like that. I've done that for years. I also do a little bit of shooting natural history stuff, for NHK Japan and things like that. But that's because I'm also a cinematographer. Sometimes that's been a saving grace for me but it's hard. I mean, it's really hard to kind of like keep making movies and make a living. I mean, because it's different if you're at the James Cameron level, because you're getting millions of dollars to make a movie, or even if you're producing a film like a Marvel film, those producers are earning like, at least like 200 to 300,000, if not more, or millions of dollars to make those films. So, then you can earn a living. But when you're doing indie stuff, you're not getting paid much at all. And if you're dependent on the money that's coming back, or having a share of it after your investors have made money back, that can take a couple of years.
Yeah.
So, it's a really difficult business.
It is, and you really have to love it to be able to essentially be insane enough to devote your life to it.
Yeah, because it also impacts your personal relationships too. Because it's. I mean, I find this. Yeah, I mean, not going into details, but yeah, I mean, it does. It impacts your personal relationship because your life's kind of like that. And if you are a filmmaker, I'm kind of used to it. I mean, I'm used to having a life that's kind of like that. But if you like meet someone, like say even in a romantic way, what you do might suddenly seem kind of like, oh, that's interesting, but the reality of it is not so interesting, to someone else, because it doesn't have the same sort of stability that having like a regular kind of job has, and you have a bit of a feast or famine kind of existence. And so you've got to be really disciplined, when you get paid, because you kind of go, well, I might be paid for another 5 months. So the thing is, you've got to be able to have a lot of also financial discipline to be able to survive.
Yeah.
And none of that is taught.
No, not at all. It's almost impossible to make a living nowadays this way.
It's hard. Yeah, it's hard. I've somehow managed. I don't know how, but yeah, it's hard, and it continues to be hard. And that's why you just end up going, that's why I left Australia in a sense. Like I left Australia because there was no way I was going to be able to keep making a living if I stayed there, even though Australian industry does make some bigger movies, but overall it's a small industry. It's very small. And I was treated a little like a pariah in Australia because of the kind of films I was making. I was almost like treated like I was making the equivalent of porno movies. And I remember even when I'm bumping into someone and someone saying, oh yeah, you make movies, you do sort of like porn films and stuff. I go, well, I've never made a porn film, but there was the impression because at the time it was kind of like, well, anyone who's making lower budget movies that's got like action and a bit of, even if there's nudity or sex scenes or whatever, you were kind of like tarred with a weird sort of brush. And eventually I just got sick of it. I just got sick of saying to me, kind of like, even people just saying, "Oh, you're making more of that crap," and I thought, "Screw this! I'm out of here." So that's kind of what happened. I had a box set released in Australia here of my movies, and that was the time I decided that I'm moving. So it was kind of like, I'm glad I did. I miss Australia. I do love Australia as a country. The industries are just very small. And I'd love to do it. I probably will do a film in Australia in the next, say, couple of years. But it's a small business. I'd almost rather go back now and make a film. And because back then I was making very low budget movies. It's moved on a bit now. There's more production going on, but there's still a lot of more foreign production going on in Australia. So because the dollar's low, but the good thing about Australian films are they do get subsidised by there's some really good incentives from the Australian government. Like, sometimes if you make a movie, you can sometimes get a 40% rebate back, from the Australian government, which is fantastic. And they have like a producer's rebate. They have location rebates, which is also why the new Hugh Jackman film, one of the Marvel films, is shooting in Australia at the moment, because they get a massive rebate and the Australian dollar is low. So if you take $1 million US, you get like 1.3 million Australian dollars plus the rebate.
Wow.
So you could take $1 million, and out of that, you may also get another, say, $400,000 back. So essentially you're spending $600,000 on your $1 million movie. So, which is great. So economically it works like that. So to me, it's kind of like, I'd kind of work anywhere, but, I did make the move here, and I like making films here. I find the attitude is a little bit more positive in the US too, about especially genre filmmaking. I think it's more respected here. Well, also here it's more market driven. See, in Australia, you can make a $3 million genre pick financed by the government, and it doesn't have to even make its money back. And which is weird. So it's a weird economy. Whereas the economy here is a real economy in that sense that, you make a movie, you've got to kind of make your money back if you especially want to make more movies. So it's an interesting country for that reason, but it's a beautiful country. And, I definitely miss it. And I would love to work there, because I did love making films there when I was making films. It was great. And I've still got lots of friends there. So, I go back quite a lot. So I kind of maintain contact. But as a filmmaker, I just think you just got to be super resourceful and just always looking for opportunities and, maximizing them. But at the same time, constantly building relationships.
Right. Yeah. It all comes down to the relationships. And I don't want to take up too much of your time.
I'm sorry I'm taking up so much of your time.
Oh, no, not at all. No, this is amazing. I really enjoyed this. The fact that we've been able to really dig deep and not just talk about Masturbating Gunman, but talk about filmmaking in general. I think that's it's been a while since I've had such a stimulating conversation with another filmmaker about.
Thank you. I'd also love to see some of your films as well.
Oh, great! Yeah,
I may already have seen some, but but maybe we can swap some details, and I'd love to look up some of your films too.
Let's do that. Yeah, I'll reach out to you again on Facebook, and you're in Los Angeles, so maybe when things calm down, maybe we can grab a coffee or something.
Yeah. I'm 50 miles south of LA, Laguna Beach.
Okay.
But it's about I can drive up there anytime, as I usually go up there one or two times a week anyway. So no issues.
Okay, excellent. Well, we'll figure out a time to hang out in person. Well, this has been a great honor, Mark. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, thank you, Master Chaos. I really appreciate it.
Oh man, it's a pleasure. Okay, guys, so everybody hang out in the chat. We're not done yet, but we're gonna say goodbye to Mark. Remember, Masturbating Gunman is on sale now, and $20 on Blu-ray with a commentary by Mark and also David Gregory.
Okay,
Mark, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care. All right, that was amazing. How cool was that? What a fun conversation that was. All right, let's go with the day. Sorry about the chat. I saw everybody having a conversation over here. I do apologize I couldn't get to you guys. Aaron was here for a while. Aaron, I'm glad you were hanging out. Good luck with your stream, sir. This was what a fun conversation this was. I really had a good time with Mark discussing film and the joys and sorrows of all that. Razor, great interview. Thank you for hanging out and listening. Really good stuff. I don't know if any of you guys are swayed in terms of getting Masturbating Gunman, but I'm certainly going to be grabbing it. I'm excited to check it out. It sounds right up my alley. Let's call it a day. We're 4 hours in here. I've got some family stuff planned, but so here's what I need your help deciding. People still in the chat. I need your help deciding. I reached 1,500 subs. I promised you a 12-hour movie marathon. It's about 6 movies, something like that. Eternal Melancholy, really loved it. I'm glad to hear that. People saying thanks to Mark. I will pass on your well wishes, guys. Absolutely will. 1,500 subs, 12-hour movie marathon. My plan was to do it next Saturday. It was July the 3rd. However, a family event has come up, and it's a sort of an anniversary thing, something we always do, and I cannot cancel it. Don't leave the chat just yet, because I'm going to need some help deciding on something, guys. I'm going to go see Jaws on the big screen July 3rd with the family on 35 millimeter. It's going to be amazing. It's kind of something we always do. But I need help deciding on what to do for the all-night, I guess it could be all night, for the 12-hour movie marathon. Now, I'm going to see Jaws 3 p.m. PST my time, which is around the time that I would do a Let's Watch. If I did the 12-hour Let's Watch on Saturday, I would start at like way early, like 1 p.m. or something like that. But since I'm watching the movie, I won't be home until maybe 6 p.m., 7 p.m. That's 7 p.m. PST, 7, 8, so like 10 p.m. EST. Would you guys be? Should I do it during the day or should I run it during the night? The only reason I think it might work on Saturdays is because people don't have work on Sunday. But the 12-hour movie marathon would start at 10 p.m. for people on the East Coast. Is that too late? I'm curious what you guys think. Should I do it early in the day, like say 1 p.m. PST, or should I do it towards the evening? Before you decide, if I do it during the day, it's not happening next weekend. It will not happen next weekend. It would happen 2 weeks from now. Well, the family stuff's going to happen regardless. That's without a doubt. But do I either just release a random video on Saturday, or do I have the video later in the evening? So it looks like everybody's saying day. Okay. If anyone else wants to toss in their information, their votes, let me know. GK says daytime. Okay. It will be only because I'm in LA. The earliest I would, well, no, I guess the earliest I could do it is 1 p.m. So it'd be 1 p.m. PST and 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 p.m. EST, going to about 1 a.m. my time. So that's Mandoid. Thank you, Mandoid. Make it work for your schedule. I appreciate that. I guess what I'm going to have to do, I guess I'll see what works. Bumpy Jonas says wait for 2 weeks. And Charles says I can wait for 2 weeks. 1 p.m. will be fine. All right, then I think that's what I'll do. I'll push it for 2 weeks. Next Saturday there will not be a Let's Watch because I'm going to be hanging out in the theaters again, watching Jaws with my family. But there'll be a video because it's still a daily. It's still daily at that point. And then on the 5th, I have a very special video planned. And then I'm off for a week. I'm taking a week off, and I'll be back on Friday with a special guest. Actually, will I? No, I might take that. No, because that's before. I will come back for that Saturday, for that Let's Watch. That'll be the next video I'm back. So, plus it'll give you time to think about what to play. Oh, I know what's playing already. I already know what's playing. Oh, here's another question. 2 ways we can do that. I can reveal, I can put up a community post, which I do often, and reveal what's playing and what times around they'll be playing. Or should I keep it a surprise? Should I keep it a surprise? So you don't know what's playing. I'll just start a movie and then whatever it is, it is. What would you guys prefer? Would you or I can split the difference. I can reveal. It's about 6 movies. I can reveal 3 of them and keep 3 a secret. Brian says evening works better for me, but either is great. And cheers, guys. Looking forward to Nathaniel and Howard's interview. Yes, that's gonna be fun. Troy will be on next Friday, the 2nd. He'll be on here for that. Dirty Cat says we're here for you. You can change your schedule. I appreciate it, man. Bumpy says just give hints. Surprise. Give hints. Reveal 3. Patrons will know. Patrons will know. I'll give you guys. I'll give you guys the heads up for sure. Do a short hint video. I don't know if I'm gonna have time to make a video though, because I'm already scheduled for my final videos. But I'll probably put up a post with hints. I don't think anyone's gonna guess these things. I found some really insane, fun movies. That are coming at you fucking 12 hours. That's insane. All right, I'm getting the sign from my wife that it's time to wrap it up. My friends, thank you so much. What a wonderful time this has been. He says no more D'Amato. There's no more D'Amato. Don't worry. I do like listing the times. Okay, I might do that, but that's going to vary only because, you know, with breaks and things like that. I'll do my best to come up with times for that. I love you guys very much. Thank you so much for your time. It's been an honor and a pleasure. And I'll see you soon tomorrow, Aftermath Party here at 5 p.m. PST, 8 p.m. EST. I'm going to be joined by Aaron Pinn, who you guys were hanging out on the chat with, Mr. Tony of the Dead, see more movies, Undead Nightmare 24. And I'm forgetting somebody. I think there's someone else. I can't remember. Ciao to everybody. Must be on the list. Whose list? I'm not sure what you mean. Did I miss? I might have missed something you wrote. Oh gosh, I'm gonna be enjoying that break. Oh man, I'm having to post. Oh, it's gonna be beautiful. And my last video on the 5th, I think it'll just be like an old-fashioned video. Like if you've seen any of my early ones. It's going to be back to the basics, just walking around and chatting about this incredible journey that you guys have been a part of. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon. Tomorrow, Aftermath, with my panel of guests, Talk Seven Sale. We're going to talk the secret title, which is Beyond Darkness. And we'll continue from there. The party is never over on Patreon. Go ahead and join me if you have not already. It's a blast over there. And I show you boobies. Peace out. I remain to be continued. Take care of yourself.